Good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's meeting. We'll call the meeting to order at 5:01 p.m. We humbly acknowledge the land we live, learn, work, and play is Treaty 8 territory, traditional lands of Cree and Dene, and unceded territory of the Métis people. If anyone in attendance wishes to address council on any of the agenda items, please register with Legislative Services Desk to my right before the start of that item. You'll have 5 minutes to present. Please remain on topic and remain seated after for questions, please. Tonight, joining us online, we have Councillor Marcel, and if Councillor Marcel, you could have your camera on during voting purposes, please. Before we adopt the agenda, does anyone wish to serve any notice of the motion? Councillor Boussier.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I, Councillor Luana Boussier, here give notice of my intent to bring forward the following motion for Council's consideration at the May 26, 2026 Council meeting, that Council direct administration to develop and bring forward a comprehensive policy to guide the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo in managing unreasonable, vexatious, or abusive complaints, and that the policy establishes a clear framework that enables municipal employees to respond effectively to public concerns while protecting their well-being, time, and resources from unreasonable, repetitive, or abusive use, and ensuring fair, respectful access to municipal services, and that administration bring the policy forward for Council's consideration at the June 23rd, 2026 Council meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Can I also make the motion to adopt the agenda as presented? Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the agenda be adopted as presented.
And thank you for the second, Councillor Boussier. I will call for a vote. Councillor Marcel.
You're out of control.
I'm sorry there, Mayor, my camera's not working right now. Give me a second. I'll see if I can.
No problem. In favor?
Yes, I'm in favor, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, lots.
And that's carried unanimous. Thanks, everyone. Move on to consent agenda. Does anyone wish to remove any items from the consent agenda? Not seeing any. Can I have someone make that motion? Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that recommendations contained in items 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, 3.5, and 3.6 be approved.
Thanks, Councillor Vardy. And thanks for the second, Councillor Boussier. I will call for a vote. In favor online. Thank Councillor Marcel in favor. And that's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Moving on to presentations. We have Reside here for the annual update. I'd like to invite the representatives from Reside to present, please. And Sana, you say your name for the record before you start.
Good evening. My name is Sundus Shamshad. I'm the chair of Rayside. Virtually, KG Bonjoko is attending too with me. So together we will be presenting to the council and the mayor. Thank you. Right. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And I have, with great pleasure, I wanted to present what Rayside has done in the previous year and what we have planned in the year coming. The Agenda Committee mandate, strategic priorities, milestone underway, highlights, policy and regulation, ongoing priorities, and recommendations. The committee mandate is to advise council and engage the community on policy, programs, and activity aimed to promote inclusion, diversity, and equity, ensuring that the contribution, interest, and need of all sector in the municipality's diverse population are reflected in the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo mission, operation, and services. Responsibility of this committee is to foster and promote awareness of issues of inclusion, diversity, and equity in the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo, advise, promote, and foster the development of policy, programs, and activity directed towards inclusion, diversity, and equity, explore and recommend strategies to encourage proactive responses regarding issues, and develop strategies to remove barrier and address issues of inclusion, diversity, and equity, and advise and report to council on an annual basis or as needed on circumstances.
So Reside.
Yeah, go ahead,
Never
KG.
mind.
Go ahead, KG, you're good.
Oh, thanks. So yeah, Reside strives to embed an equity, anti-racism, and GBA plus lens in municipal decision making. So we're advising council on integrating equity, anti-racism, GBA plus analysis, truth and reconciliation lenses on policies. We want to strengthen community voices, representation, and trust. So we want to enhance meaningful, accessible, and culturally safe engagement so that experiences and contributions of different demographics are represented. We're also trying to strengthen municipal truth and reconciliation efforts through equity and intersectional informed advice. So complementing the municipality's TNR commitments by providing an equity lens and an intersectional perspective that strengthens accountability, inclusion, and awareness. We want to advance racism, anti-racism, safety, and a community free from discrimination. So we're advising council on strategies that prevent racism, discrimination, and hate-based violence based on the Alberta Human Rights Protected Grounds.
Work towards residents having adequate healthcare and mental health supports to meet their needs, and within the municipality jurisdiction. The strategic action associated with this priority area: enhance support of mental health services, increase education with mental health support and available in the community, in alignment with Rayside's strategic goal to improve equitable access to health care and mental health services. A partnership was established with the Alberta SPOR Patient Engagement Team and patient-centered care research team of the University of Calgary, and that resulted in an equity, diversity, and inclusion walled cafe, as you can see in the pictures, on the mental well-being and support system. It was hosted by RMWB with 54 participants in attendance, representing Indigenous organizations, seniors, parents of children with disability, racialized residents, individuals with language access needs, and members of LGBTQ+2 community, service providers, and other underrepresented groups. The engagement created a structure of inclusive space to identify local assets and identify systematic barriers, service gaps experienced by the demographic. Insights were gathered, were used to inform evidence-based recommendation to strengthen local mental health system. A summary report with the finding is anticipated in Q2 of 2026. This work helps to position region to make informed, equity-focused decisions that improve access and outcome for residents facing barriers.
One of our goals, again, is to increase understanding and appreciation of diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, and integrate its principles through structures, supports, and spaces. Part of our actions around that is to raise awareness on topics of inclusion and create opportunities for public education. Through this work on Reside, we engage with the Multicultural Association to develop the anti-racism online training level 1 introduction. And we worked through the Equity and Inclusion Office, a super crucial role, and the onboarding and development team and community services. They all incorporated our feedback into that training. That course builds foundational knowledge about the impacts of racism in Canada and supports employees in recognizing systemic and interpersonal inequities, strengthening your internal capacity. And this aligns with the workplace culture, with the region's commitment to having an inclusive service delivery. Plans are underway to explore making the training available to the broader public in 2026 to expand its community impact.
Signatory of Wood Buffalo Workplace Inclusion Charter participated in full-day interactive workshops centered on the principle of two-eyed seeing, an approach that respectfully integrated Indigenous and Western ways of knowing. The workshop supported participants in better understanding Indigenous knowledge system and leadership perspectives, exploring and practicing applications within the workplace culture, identifying ways to co-create more inclusive and forward-thinking environment, and strengthening the relationship between Indigenous and non-Indigenous community. This initiative moved beyond symbolic reconciliation by embedding Indigenous value, leadership principles, and an approach into organizational practice. It further strengthened the municipality truth and reconciliation effort through equity and intersectional informed advice to ultimately support the development of workplace culture that better reflected and served the broader community. And 25 organizations from sector completed phase 1 of the Workplace Inclusion Charter program. Okay, and then we had the municipality partner with Multicultural Association of Wood Buffalo to celebrate the International Human Rights Day, which included an accessibility-focused expert panel discussion. The Art for Social Change was also strategically aligned in this event to leverage broader community engagement and to extend dialogue and visibility around accessibility and inclusion.
Next slide, I think.
Yeah, it's on 8, yeah.
Oh, it is. Okay. Yeah. So we want to create safer and more accessible spaces. We've partnered with the Public Art Committee and did extensive meetings with them to deliver the Art for Social Change campaign. We received survey responses and indicated that the initiative increased the understanding of diverse lived experiences, increased people's desire to be part of solutions through volunteerism, advocacy, and learning to address diverse social issues. The project also strengthened awareness of accessibility and inclusion gaps while highlighting how people can help, reinforcing the role of art as a catalyst for fairness and social justice. And it was further amplified through collaboration with the Multicultural Association of Wood Buffalo, as also working with the Arts Council Wood Buffalo folks and their artists to make this happen. And it was a brilliant partnership with Piano as well, using their space, and just a really good way to bring the community together. So the Art for Social Change was definitely a success for Reside last year.
This initiative provides RMWB with community-driven, evidence-based understanding on how well municipality recreational programs, services, spaces, and decision-making meets the residents' needs. The assessment will center the experience of people with visual and invisual disabilities and intersecting identity. identify barriers beyond physical access, including systematic, cultural, financial, geographic, digital, and seasonal factors, deliver clear, actionable direction to build a fully inclusive, accessible, and equitable recreational system that support community well-being and quality of life.
So after our advocacy efforts, there's a needs assessment that's being conducted by Wood Buffalo Pride to inform policy and strategic priorities with evidence-based insights on the lived experiences of queer residents, including rural and remote communities.
Additionally, Rayside supported community standard bylaw amendment to include provision that section public harassment based on Alberta human rights protection grounds with $500 fine.
So when we're talking about community safety and belonging, one of the things that has become apparent is that racism and hate incidents are increasing, and local residents have shared that these trends are being felt here locally in our community. Members are looking to the municipality and council specifically for reassurance that Wood Buffalo remains a place where everyone can feel safe, respected, and proud to come to call home. We're not only talking about infrastructure, aka potholes, or enforcement. We're also talking about whether people feel safe, seen, and able to participate in their lives without fear. So some of the findings that we saw was that 45.6% of respondents have witnessed, experienced discrimination, harassment, or racism. 39, almost 40% of respondents said that they have experienced or witnessed racism, and 8%, almost 8%, said that they've witnessed or experienced a hate crime. In 2025, the We Care unit from the Marcus Islam conducted a community resilience case study, and they saw that 70% of respondents indicated that they feel anxiety and emotional distress after being exposed to local hate online, specifically online hate that we saw experienced over the last summer during the elections. Especially, we know that our community has people with views, and they're not afraid to share it online, and sometimes they share it in person. So that means that people, as a result of this, are choosing not to attend events, they're choosing not to access services, and they're not fully engaging in their own community because they don't feel safe. And so that's where the connection to public safety and municipality becomes very real. When individuals can experience discrimination in public spaces, workplaces, or services, it signals that those spaces may not be safe. Over time, that can erode trust, reduce reporting, and it limits participation. Addressing racism and discrimination is not only about inclusion, it's about being proactive and moving towards preventing these things from happening, reducing the conditions that can escalate into hate incidents and ultimately violence. And this has been something that we've seen consistently. 2020, we had the Anti-Black Racism Recommendation Report led by Rehoboth Alliance and members of the Afro-Canadian community and the Multicultural Association. Discriminatory Barriers Report and the Anti-Racism and Discrimination Study conducted by RSI all showed that our community has underlying and at times overt issues with racism, and it's important that the municipality continues to engage with that. We've also seen organizational changes that have shifted how equity and inclusion initiatives are structured and supported. Without a clearly visible public framework, there's uncertainty about long-term direction and accountability. We've made significant progress when it comes to advancing inclusion, but community dynamics continue to evolve, and those present important opportunities for continued leadership. National trends, provincial trends, all of these things speak to us needing to coordinate our actions to strengthen public safety, community confidence, and social cohesion. Building on existing efforts, there's an opportunity to formalize and clearly signal that the region is committed to a renewed equity and inclusion framework and a structured anti-racism strategy that provides consistency, accountability, and long-term direction. climate resilience and fairness. So climate-related impacts continue to affect our region's economy, infrastructure, and quality of life. And these challenges affect everyone, but we know that racialized people, Indigenous peoples, seniors, and those with disabilities, as well as those experiencing socioeconomic difficulties, feel the pain and strain of these emergencies and climate change impacts more readily. So as a region that wants to position itself as resilient, especially when we're growing, there needs to become a growing awareness of the importance of ensuring that no one is impacted by climate change conditions as things evolve. So Reside has identified equitable climate adaptation as an emerging and ongoing priority, and we're offering a few things for council to consider. We want you to consider the fact that climate change doesn't impact all residents equally. Research shows that equity-deserving populations are disproportionately affected by climate-related risks, including extreme heat, poor air quality, flooding, and service disruptions. Embedding equity into municipal climate adaptation planning ensures that responses are not only effective, but they're fair and inclusive, including having different levels of vulnerability and access to resources, engaging with communities directly to understand lived experiences with climate change and the barriers for how those impacts can be mitigated, and just generally ensuring that no one is left behind in times of crisis, which will improve our emergency response, public health outcomes, and long-term sustainability.
Okay. And how do we move forward? Strengthening our path forward, we recommend advancing an anti-racism strategy. Anti-racism, what does it mean? It's an active and consistent process of identifying and challenging and eliminating racism by changing systems, organizational structure, policy, and attitude. It's not just about do not be racist or stop being racist. It's about deliberately taking actions to redistribute power, equity, and encounter racial prejudice and systematic oppression. Council has already demonstrated leadership through policy HRM130. The next step is to implement this. And with that, we need a strategy. This strategy is not about adding another document. It's about closing the gap between the lived experience and municipalities system. Community data from previous community engagements, such as the consistently shows that people do not feel safe reporting incident. There is a limited clarity to where to go for support. Experience of racism affects access to housing, employment, and health services. Municipality strategy allows RMWB to address racism proactively rather than reactively, align efforts and supports across departments and sectors, improve trust, reporting, and accountability, embed equity into decisions that direct impact, safety, and well-being. The recommendation before you aim to respond directly to what the community has told us. Like KG has mentioned, we have had Merkel's Islam do a presentation earlier this year, and we have learned to strengthen coordination and accountability through a municipality anti-racism strategy would be best to address these concerns, to support education that reinforces respectful interaction and shared community standard, and to build trust so that the residents feel safe to report and participate and belong. At its core, this work is about ensuring that every resident, regardless of who they are, can move forward, come through to the community, and feel a sense of safety, dignity, and belonging. The next one is Public Awareness Initiative, Prevention, Safety, and Municipality Leadership. Community feedback indicates that some residents do not consistently feel safe or included. The Public Awareness Campaign provides a visible and proactive way to reinforce and share community values, promote respectful interaction, support public safety through education, and municipality leadership in collaboration with community partners will be the key to its success. Research from the Organization for the Prevention of Violence in their recent study of hate in Alberta have established some of the solutions that states hate incidents are significantly underreported. No single solution is sufficient, but education and public awareness are among the most supported and effective prevention strategies. Alberta's identify government, including municipality governments, as key actors in preventing hate. Prevention of hate is directly linked to prevention of violence. Public awareness is not just about messaging alone, it's about increasing recognition of harmful behavior before they escalate, empowering bystanders to act, improving reporting pathways, and reinforcing community norms, and reject hate. A public education initiative is needed to address hate and indiscrimination impacting Indigenous community, racialized community, Muslim residents, 2S, LGBTQ+ individuals, seniors, women, persons with disability, people experiencing homelessness. By leading this work in partnership with community organization, the municipality signals that safety and inclusion are a shared priority, ensure consistency and reach across the region, support community partners with resources and platform. Importantly, municipality leadership sets a tone. When municipality speaks clearly, act visibly, it strengthens the community trust and reinforces that everyone belongs to the community and is protected. Renew equity and inclusion framework plan, and that is important because the municipality developed plans and committed to fostering a safe, inclusive, and welcoming region. Renewing the equity inclusion framework will help translate those commitments into clear priorities, measurable outcomes, and coordinate actions across the department, ensuring long-term consistency and accountability. Inclusion framework builds trust and accountability. Residents have shared that their experiences, many have also shared a concern if things are not going to get better. And that is where the municipality can step in. The equity and inclusion framework is how municipality answers these questions. It provides a clear roadmap for action, measurable outcomes and accountability mechanism, alignment across department and priorities. It also strengthens public's trust by making visible progress, demonstrating commitment through statements, embedding equity into everyday decision making. And from a government safety perspective, this matters because fairness and inclusive system increase trust in institution. Increased trust leads to higher reporting and engagement. Engagement leads to better outcome and safer community. Strengthening accessibility and inclusive mobility. One of the letters that were sent to you is part of this initiative. This recommendation reflects what we are consistently hearing from residents with disabilities, seniors, and caregivers, that accessibility is not in the infrastructure of our city. And about how this system works together is not very tangible. Attached letter to the council outlined specific opportunities to strengthen accessibility, parking enforcements, improve visibility, and ensure a balanced, compassionate approach that recognizes the reality of caregivers and support people. That approach is protecting dignity, independence, and equity across the space. Access to, With this, the misuse of accessibility parking creates, in the current bylaw provision, limits mobility for people with disability, creates a daily barrier for participation, and enforce exclusion in the public spaces. Enforcing the bylaw is an opportunity to align best with our practice, improve compliance through enforcements and awareness, and reinforce that accessibility is a shared community responsibility. From a broader lens, when people cannot safely or reliably move in through their community, their participation and safety is compromised. And across all our 4 recommendations, a consistent theme emerges. Inclusion is not separated from safety. It is a foundation to it. These initiatives collectively prevents escalation of hate into violence, increase trust in municipality system, improve participation and well-being, and strengthening social cohesion. This position the municipality not only as a service provider, but as a leader in building a safe, inclusive, and resilient community. And quoting Christine, one of our members, diversity is not about checking boxes. It's about recognizing the strength in our differences and making spaces for every voice to be heard, respected, and valued. Inclusion is the action behind it, creating environment where people, regardless of their identity, feel belonged. When we truly embrace both, we don't just build better workplaces, we build stronger and more connected communities. Any questions?
Thanks for your time.
Thank you for your time.
Super. Thanks, Honest, and thanks, KG. And thanks for everything you guys do with the committee. I know it's a lot of work, and we're a super diverse community with needs from one end to the other. So thanks for everything you do. Does council have any questions? Councilor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you, Sundas. Thank you, KG, for the presentation. Completely agree with Mayor Bowman. All we have is our own experiences. And if we're not intentional with talking about inclusion, equity, and diversity, it often gets overlooked. So thank you both for being a voice for people who are often overlooked. You talked a little bit about the parking, which is why I had my light on. Is there any other advocacy that you'd like to talk about before we end your presentation?
For this part, I'm going to recuse myself, but I would like to ask KG.
Yeah, for sure. So I think one area that we're advocating on is the AISH changes, the changes to AISH and the impact that they're having on folks who receive disability benefits. We really believe that council has the ability to advocate for this on a provincial level and continue to follow up on the calls to publicize what they heard from the public, engage in meaningful consultation with disability advocates, civil society groups, and those currently on AISH now, as well as essentially pause on moving forward with ADAP until those things are done. So we have a letter coming to council that will expand more on that. And we're also concerned with increased privatization of our healthcare system, which is a growing concern under this current provincial government. We know that privatizing healthcare is not an effective way to run a healthcare system. We can look down south as the prime example, but we can also look in the province over time. We are now seeing patients waiting for surgery at longer and longer wait times. I think last year, 11% of patients who were put on the list for cardiovascular surgery were able to get the surgery done, and it was at 60% in 2019. So this fragmenting of our healthcare system has very real implications for us as a community whose hospital does really good work and wants to work in one cohesive system, but also across Alberta. And when we talk about privatizing healthcare, we also need to recognize that there's a pharmaceutical impact to that. Getting life-saving medication can run you 4 figures, anywhere from $2,500 upwards. And that will only get worse, and that cost is going to be put on people that are already experiencing stress. So we really want to encourage and request that council advocate against the privatization of our healthcare system, knowing that it will have implications for us as a municipality. And then lastly, We've mentioned our collaborations with Buffalo Pride and being there to foster an inclusive community. And we know that this government is targeting trans people directly, trans youth, gender diverse populations, and they're doing it in every way that they can. Most recently, with a flag bill that removed the ability for any other flags other than provincial, or the less identity specific flags to be flown. So we're exploring ways that the municipality can protect the visibility of to us LGBTQIA people locally. So those are just 3 areas of advocacy that we are looking to council for support in and over what we're already currently doing.
Thank you. I appreciate that, KG. I know that Mayor Bowman has some comments, but just a final one. You guys are doing fantastic work. This is a lot of information. So please continue to send council those areas of advocacy that you're seeing in community, because you're the closest people that will be able to advocate for it. So please continue to do that. And I appreciate your time, Mayor Bowman.
Thank you. So that's permission to email you all directly regularly. Thank you.
That's not what she said. I'm joking. You have my number, KG. No, and thanks for that, KG, and thanks for your comments and your advocacy points. And we have sent a letter to the province on behalf of our residents. But when it comes to provincial matters, I strongly urge residents to contact your local MLAs, contact the ministers. All that information is online. We're just one voice as council, but the community has 80,000 voices. So I would hope the community also, if they have issues with things that's going on in the province, they have their own voice as well, and your own voice as well. So I hope you guys use that ability. Council, any other questions? Oh, thanks, KG. Councilor
I have a response to that. I do have a question. In terms of our ability to engage with the community and advocate at the same time, like encourage advocacy, are we as Reside able to work with our ledge services to plan things like that with our identified advocacy areas? Or is it more so like a general call out to people to advocate?
I would say it's a general call out to the community. If anyone has issues, that would be their venue to go through, is your local MLAs, your local elected officials of the province, as well as the ministry's office.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Thanks, KG. Councillor Bussier?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I just wanted to clarify, because you said we did send a letter and she brought up 3 issues. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record, that our letter of advocacy regarding Asian ADAP went out in February. I think we were the first municipality actually to advocate and speak to the government about the changes to Asian ADAP. So that was done actually late February. So just for clarity.
Thanks, Councillor Bussier. Councillor, have any other questions? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Sandus. Thanks,
Thank
KG.
you so much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have a report on the extended producer responsibility, the EPR update. I'd like to invite Environmental Services to introduce the report, please. Whenever you're ready, Antoine.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm going to let Blair Gaddis from Circular Material do her presentation first. I know in the agenda that was online, we were first, so I just thought I would come here and I'll do my presentation after her. So Blair should be online on Teams, and she can go through her presentation, and then we'll follow her presentation with ours.
Hi, folks. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, it's fine, thanks.
Okay, great. Thanks. Thanks for the introduction, Antoine. My name is Blair Gaulis. I am the Managing Director for Circular Materials for the Alberta and Yukon programs across Canada. We've been invited to speak today from your administration to give you a little bit of perspective on what's happening with your curbside recycling and your depot programs. Very quickly, Circular Materials is a producer responsibility organization. So what this means is law was passed in 2022 under the Extended Producer Responsibility Regulation, making the cost and the management of recycling for paper and packaging products, things that go in your carts and at your depots, the responsibility of producers and not municipalities. And that is the role of Circular Materials, to establish a collection system throughout Alberta to ensure that those products are actually recycled. We're a nonprofit organization, and we cannot be vertically integrated. So we do not own or operate any component of this model, the service delivery model. We're not in it to make money. We're in it to provide service and to protect the environment. We've been collaborating with communities since last year. We started the first phase of the extended producer responsibility transition in April. And we're looking to continue that into October, which is our second phase. And we're also regulated, if you are familiar with the Alberta Recycling Management Authority, we have rules under regulation on service delivery, on our standards for service delivery, and on our ability to hit recycling targets in regulation. Next slide, please. I won't walk you guys through this, so don't worry, but this is just here for context. Often it's misunderstood or not really known what constitutes PPP, or paper and packaging products that go into all of your carts and into your depots. At the highest level, the first items here are paper and fibers. And next slide, please. Then we have all forms of plastics and foam packaging. And next slide, please. And then at the end, we have metals and we have glass. And what that means is that all these products can go into a cart or into your depot bin all together as of October. Thanks. And a quick overview, in April, Circular Materials established contracts with about 94% of all of Alberta, including Wood Buffalo and the communities that you guys represent. We are moving towards our phase 2. We have about 65 actually new communities. We're implementing 179 new curbside programs in Alberta where they've never had those services before. And we're also providing services to multifamily dwellings in Alberta. In terms of what's important to you folks, we currently have a contract with Wood Buffalo. And that contract is to provide curbside services through your municipality. And we also compensate you for your series of depot or transfer station locations throughout your region. They're listed on the screen. But there are some changes coming in terms of our next phase for October 1. What that looks like, in September last year, we ran a request for proposal for curbside services for our communities. Circular Materials, because we are a provincial program, we are looking to establish scale and to be able to provide services to Albertans at a level that we've never seen before when these programs are operated by municipalities. In general terms, this means that we have actually found a curbside provider who is successful through our processes for Wood Buffalo. That means that there will be no dollar exchange between Wood Buffalo and Circular Materials, but there will be no cost for these services to your residents. We will maintain pending conversation with your staff on their next presentation, the depot locations that the community sees are needed for your community and for recycling and accessibility. And we also lead promotion and education regionally and provincially to make sure that Albertans understand how to recycle and what's important about recycling. What we're trying to do. Well, a regulation was passed in 2022 to establish a goal of increasing our environmental accountability. And that means that in Alberta, many municipalities were operating recycling programs, but there were no recycling outcomes attached to those. Also, municipalities, through taxpayer dollars, had to fund these programs. Law was passed to change that, to make producers who are producing the materials that municipalities had to figure out how to manage would now become the accountability of those producers. And that what we are now doing is we are established across Canada and all provinces, either upfront, operating their programs, or behind administratively, making sure that we can create scale in Canada, which is a rather small market for recycling materials. So we can gather those materials and sort them and recycle them, affecting the design of the product and moving them into markets that you can only gain if you have a national scale. That was a quick overview. I'll answer questions or pass it to the other team. And I imagine that all the details will come together when you hear the next presentation.
So if you want to go ahead, Antoine, then we'll go to questions after you complete. So I'm thinking a lot of the questions may be in your presentation.
It's on here. But it's not there. Oh, here you go. Thank you for the chair. For the record, my name is Antoine Rempt, Director of Environmental Services. Next to me is Diana Chauvet. She's the manager for our solid waste branch. And first off, I would like to thank Blair Garas from Circular Material for our presentation and for joining us virtually this evening. Blair has already provided Council with an overview of the EPR program and the provincial transition, and my presentation will focus specifically on the impacts these changes will have on the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo. To begin, I would like to confirm the current situation. The municipality entered into a temporary agreement with Circular Material beginning April 1st of last year, so 2025. This temporary agreement will remain in place until October 1st of this year, so 2026. During the interim period, the recycling services continue to operate as normal from the residents' perspective. rmwb continues to collect, receive, and sort and marketing recyclable materials, while Circular Material provides compensation under the provincial EPR framework. This diagram illustrates the municipality's current involvement in the residential recycling system. As Blair explained earlier, extended producer responsibility was implemented by the province of Alberta. Under this legislation, producers are now responsible for funding and managing residential recycling systems. Municipalities across Alberta are therefore required to transition away from operating these systems directly. I want to emphasize that the changes being discussed tonight are the results of a provincially mandated transition under the Alberta legislation. Now, what's going to happen after October 1st, 2026? Several key components of the residential recycling system will transition from municipal responsibility to third-party contractors retained by Circular Material. This includes curbside collection services, receiving and sorting operations, and most recycling depots operations. As Council is aware, the rmwb participated in the procurement process for 2 of these 3 contracts, but we were not selected to continue providing residential recycling services under the EPR framework. As a result, after October 1st of this year, the municipality will no longer directly provide residential recycling collections, receiving, or sorting services. The only residential recycling depot that administration is recommending remain under municipal operation is a public drop-off recycling depot located at the Fort McMurray landfill. From a resident's perspective, the most noticeable change will be the transition to a single stream recycling system. This means that residents will no longer need to separate recyclables into two blue bins. Instead, materials such as paper, plastic, glass, styrofoam, aluminum, and tin cans will all be collected together in one single recycling bin. Residents will also benefit from an expanded list of acceptable recyclable materials under the provincial system compared to what the RMWB was recycling before. Another important change is that any recycling-related complaints and service inquiries will no longer be directed through Pulse. Instead, residents will need to contact Circular Material or their contractor directly regarding missed collections, damaged bins, or other service concerns. That updated contact information will be communicated to residents well in advance of implementation. Depending on Circular Materials' future operational decisions, some recycling depots' location may also be removed where curbside service is already available. I'll discuss this more towards the end of the presentation. What does that mean to the RMWB financially? This slide summarizes the impacts associated with residential recycling collection services. Under the current interim agreement, the municipality receives approximately $1.9 million annually from Circular Materials for the collection side of things. However, the municipality's current operating costs to provide that service is about $3.3 million per year. This results in a net annual municipal cost of approximately $1.4 million under the current operating model. Once the EPR transition is fully implemented on October 1st, 2026, both the revenue from Circular Material and the associated operating costs will be removed from municipal operations. Compared to the current operating model, this represents an annual savings of approximately $1.4 million. Compared to the pre-EPR operating model, the overall financial impact to the municipality is even greater. I just want to emphasize that these figures only relate to the collections cost for residential recycling, not the receiving and sorting. How does that compare to other municipalities in terms of our utility bills? We are quite unique in the fact that we still manage our solid waste services in-house, while most other municipalities have already contracted out the entire service before, and the impacts of them aren't as high as ours. With that in mind, although the recycling system itself is changing under EPR, the residential utility billing rates will not change as a result of this transition. Utility rates will remain consistent with the existing bylaw previously approved by Council. Residents may therefore notice operational changes to recycling services, but no changes to their utility bill related to this transition. Most other jurisdictions identified here as a benchmarking exercise only provide recycling collection on a bi-weekly basis, whereas collection within the RMWB will happen weekly. Although the municipality's role in residential recycling operations will decrease significantly under EPR, environmental services will continue focusing on diversion and recycling initiatives in several other areas. Administration intends to increase focus on industrial and commercial recycling opportunities, landfill diversion initiatives, and reuse programs such as Too Good to Dump in partnership with local nonprofit organizations. Administration also recommends maintaining operations of the public drop-off recycling depot at the Fort McMurray landfill. All these initiatives will continue to support waste diversion and help extend the lifespan of our municipal landfill infrastructure. In terms of staffing impact, the EPR transition will affect positions associated with the material recovery facility and the residential collection services. Specifically, 8 positions at the material recovery facility and 6 collections positions are affected under the new operating model. Administration has worked proactively to minimize impacts to employees through reallocation, amalgamation, attrition, and internal transfers to other operational areas where possible. At this time, no job losses are anticipated as a result of this transition. Several employees have already successfully transitioned into other municipal operational areas, and we continue to work on finding more opportunities for the impacted staff. On a more positive side, while the operational model for recycling is changing, the EPR system does provide several environmental benefits. The provincial system expands the list of accepted recyclable material beyond what was previously accepted under the municipal program, most notably glass, styrofoam, plastic, and aerosols. Another significant opportunity is the inclusion of multifamily dwellings under the EPR framework. These changes increase overall access to recycling services and offer an increased diversion of recyclable material from the landfill. Less material ending up in the landfill improves environmental sustainability and help extend lifespan of municipal landfill infrastructure. These changes also will improve recycling outcome across the province through a more standardized system. Here's the second part of the presentation. We're currently operating 8 recycling depots across the region. The 8 locations are the main public drop-off recycling depot at the Fort McMurray landfill, 2 recycling areas located at the transfer stations in Conklin and in Janvier, and 5 community recycling depots locations throughout the urban service area. Circular Material requested that the municipality continue operating all 8 depots location after October 1st, 2026 until January 1st, 2028. Administration, however, is recommending that the municipality continue operating only the public drop-off recycling depot located at the landfill, while the remaining 7 depot locations would transition to Circular Material as their third-party contractor under the provincial EPR framework. The reason for that recommendation is based on several ongoing operational challenges associated with these locations. These challenges include contamination of recyclable material, illegal dumping around the bins, like you can see on the pictures, staff safety concerns, misuse of depot sites, increased bylaw enforcement requirements, and the increase of products that are to be recycled with the new EPR framework that would likely result in additional operational costs compared to current operations. In addition to these challenges, under the EPR program, Circular Material has established a contamination threshold requirement of 4%, which would require additional oversight and resources to maintain compliance at these sites. It is important to emphasize that this recommendation is not about eliminating recycling opportunities for residents. Rather, it reflects the transition of operational responsibility to the organization now mandated by the province to manage the recycling system. Circular Materials may choose to continue operating some or all of these depot locations through their own contractor, or may decide to close certain locations should the challenges become unmanageable. We have been dealing with situations like shown in the pictures here by simply picking up these items and taking them to the landfill. Circular Materials may decide to close the locations as opposed to handle garbage that shouldn't be disposed at these locations. To conclude my presentation, administration is recommended that Council receive both Circular Materials and this presentation for information. Administration is also recommending that the municipality transition responsibility for operating the 7 community recycling depots effective October 1st, 2026 to Circular Materials. And finally, administration recommends continuing operations of the public drop-off recycling depot located at the Fort McMurray landfill under a contractual agreement with Circular Material. These recommendations align operational responsibility with the provincially mandated EPR framework, while allowing the municipality to continue providing a central recycling drop-off location for residents. Thank you. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Antoine. Council does have questions. Just off the start, though, with Circular taking over the recycling, what is going to be the use of our facility at the landfill now, if we're keeping that?
For the chair to the mayor, great question. So right now, the impact of the recycling stream at our landfill would be at our public drop-off. We have some bins that are allocated for paper, cardboard, and plastic. And the material recovery facility is a big building that is near the depot there. It's currently used for both the residential recycling and the commercial industrial recycling. So the blue bins that are picked up at the curb, when the trucks are going back to the landfills, they usually dump them right at the material recovery facility, and then it's manually being sorted through the sorting line. That part of that building is going to be discontinued, and we're looking at converting it probably to a reusable shed because it's a good proximity. And the challenge with reusable shed is when residents bring items that are not good enough to be kept, it's convenient to have the ability to throw them in the bins, the garbage bins, after the fact. So that's going to be the main impact. The rest of the bins at that site, we already have the manpower there. We already have the equipment. That's why we're recommending continuing to use them. But the depots in town, it's a different story because we have to go and man them and clean them.
Perfect. Thanks, Antoine. And just to follow up to that, the 7 other locations that Circular will be using, are we leasing those to Circular? Or are we selling that to Circular? Or how does that work?
For the chair to the question, again, that's a great question. The 7 locations are currently on municipal property. So our recommendation would be to enter into an agreement with Circular Material where we would basically lease the land, but they would take care of everything else.
Perfect.
They would bring their bins, have probably a contractor do it, have their bins, manage the sites. That's our...
So lease the land to Circular. Perfect.
Chair, that's correct.
Thanks, Antoine. Councillor Bussier, Luana?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation, Antoine. So, listening to the Circular lady, so there's no increased cost to our citizens?
For the chair to the question, that is correct. The EPR program is actually going to generate a decrease in cost for us, in operation cost, because they're going to take over the collection, the sorting of all these materials, and all these materials are going to be, so a contractor is going to go to everybody's house on the day of collection. They're going to pick up the material in the blue bin. They're going to take it to a location here in town, which is a receiving location. They're going to pack it, and then they're going to ship it south to Edmonton to be sorted down there.
Right.
So all that material is not going to end up like in our facility anymore, and all the garbage that accompanies that material is not going to end up in our landfill, and all the cost to collect and sort is not going to be ours anymore.
Right, so you anticipate that to be 1.4 million in savings a year, correct, for the municipality?
Through the chair to the question, that is correct for the collections piece of it.
Right.
We also have a material recovery facility, so we have more costs there that are also going to not be ours anymore. So it's going to be more than 1.4.
When I put out my bin, am I paying anybody else for anything? My recycling bin? That's included in the cost of my municipal bill, correct?
For the chair to the question, that is correct. Currently, on the bill that you receive for utility fees, you have we used to have a garbage fee and a recyclable fees.
Right.
So 2 fees on our bills. And last December, when we came up with a new bylaw, we introduced a solid waste services bill. So we're basically not dividing the garbage and the recycling, we're combining them into one fee, and that fee is what residents are going to continue to pay.
So that fee down here is $9.93. That's what we're currently paying, correct? Per pickup says $9.93. So are you saying that we're going to realize at least 1.4 million in savings but we're still going to charge our residents $9.93. So they're actually paying the same price, even though we're saving money.
Through the chair to the question, that is correct. The $9.93 is for both the black bin, the garbage, and the recyclable. So residents are gonna continue to pay the same amount, despite not us having to take the residential recycling. And the reason for that, because I'm expecting that question is coming next, the reason for that is because we've been mandated by council to go to cost neutral. And even with that additional or that reduction in our operating cost, we're still not at the cost neutral stage yet.
And just for clarity, you were mandated by the last council.
Correct.
Correct, yeah. Pardon me?
Through the chair, 2 councils ago, maybe, or 3.
Oh, sorry. So when you did your budget for this fiscal year, did you anticipate saving at least $1.4 million? Or did you budget as if you would, because you didn't know the outcome of the contract, right?
Through the chair to the question, that is correct. We didn't know until last month if we were still in the collections business or not for the residential recycling. So we did income from circular material that started April 1st, 2025 of last year. We accounted for it for this year, but again, not knowing what was going to happen on October 1st, we did not account for that drop.
Okay. And just my last question, do you have a breakdown, this you may not, Antoine, but between garbage and like when you joined them, do you know the difference between just garbage and then the recycling?
You know what it is? Yeah. It's 50-50? Like the cost on the bill or the cost to operate? Is it the same on the bill?
If you're not sure, that's okay.
Yeah, through the chair, the cost to operate is about 50-50 because we pick up both bins. But the breakdown on the utility rate between garbage and recycling, I can get back to you.
Okay.
It's in our bylaw, but I don't have the number right in front of me.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. Councilor Brandt?
Thank you, Mayor. Antoine, thanks for the presentation. I have a couple of questions. So we're going to continue to be the contractor up until October 1st. The RMWB is the contractor until they find a new contractor, correct?
Through the chair, to the question, that is correct. Until October 1st, we are still the contractor for everything.
So when that switches and goes to a third party, how will we coordinate pickup? Are we going to have garbage trucks and recycling trucks on the same street at the same time on the same day? Is that not going to be a little bit chaotic?
Through the chair, to the question, we currently have a fleet of trucks that picks up black bins and a fleet of trucks that picks up blue bins, both ours, but they are both on the street at the same time. So we're managing because they're all ours. So the expectation or the assumption is that as we move to a contractor taking over that service for the recycling, there are going to be an rmwb truck on the street and there's going to be another labor truck on the street. So it could be interesting.
I assume it's going to be interesting. That's part of my concern. And then if complaints and questions aren't going to go through Pulse, they're going to call Circular directly. We're going to have to provide them with another number. We're not providing the contractor's number.
Through the chair to the question, that could be a question for Blair. She's still online, but
I'm here. Yeah, I can answer, folks. You're doing an awesome job, Antoine. Well done. On the service day, what we typically do is we match whatever the community currently has. We've made assumptions that works good for a community because they planned it. If that doesn't work well, you can tell us. And if you don't want trucks on the same day on the road, although you have it now, we can talk about other options. And all of a sudden, my brain is forgetting your second question.
The phone number, are residents going to call the contractor or you?
Yes, yes. What we do is we make our contractor phone number paramount. We provide that information to communities in an app, in a postcard, to your municipality. And we want to transition any issues as soon as we can, just because we don't want to spend your community resources, municipality resources in that way. And then circular materials is there for any escalation. And it is in our best interest to ensure that there are very high levels of service.
So that makes me question, who are you accountable to? I mean, we have another provincial contractor that's not very accountable. I don't want to see something like that happen with this. So who do you report to?
Yeah, we report to the Alberta Recycling Management Authority, a regulator. This is new for everybody, so I understand your concerns. We have pretty sophisticated contracts with our service providers. We don't want to see issues or complaints. We don't want to see missed pickups or any issue, as a matter of fact, with our vehicles on any road at any time. So that is who we are ultimately accountable to, and they are accountable to the Government of Alberta. That's our framework.
And maybe if I can add to that, as I mentioned in my presentation, the rmwb is one of a few remaining municipalities that actually still have that whole solid waste services in-house. A lot of other municipalities have contracted out all or part of their services. So there are contractors out there who have been doing that exact same service for municipalities across Alberta. And the companies that won the bid over us, the assumption is that they're going to be professional and understand the business, and that still doesn't completely remove the accountability, but we should have professionals offering that service in this community.
Yeah, I'm going to bite my tongue and not get into following the money, but one of my other questions is about stranded assets. So if we're getting rid of depots and we're talking about leasing areas and whatnot, what are we doing with our stranded assets?
Through the chair to the question, I would say that the assumption that we have is as of January 1st, 2028, which is the timeline that Circular Material that asked the rmwb to continue operating, they might find their own locations, so we wouldn't be leasing property anymore. As far as the stranded assets, the material recovery facility, we're going to remove the sorting line and we're going to repurpose that building. So
yeah, you're saying like a share shed type thing?
Yep. We're looking at that as one of the options. And the trucks that will no longer be required, we have a few trucks that are getting close to end of life. So instead of buying new trucks, we're just going to retire them. So there's going to be an impact, and the other big asset that we do have, it's 17,000 bins, so 34,000 bins. That the blue bins that are not necessarily going to be ours anymore. But my understanding from Circular Material is that the contractor is going to approach us, and I think we have a meeting later this week with the contractor or with Circular to confirm who the contractor is. And the intent is for us to sell the bins to the contractor. So it's a lot less interfering, like it's much easier for the residents. They keep using the same bins. They would use one bin instead of both, but we're probably going to work with the contractor to keep both bins there, and residents are just going to have the free bins still.
Okay. My last concern and question, concerning these depots or these drop-off bins, they're utilized to a point now, but what do we do about the folks that don't utilize them, that go down Tower Road or go to Parsons Creek and are just dumping out there, and then we got to have like upstanding citizens like Dave Scantlin go out and pick up everything for everybody else? What do we do for something like that?
For the chat to the question, that is another good question. We are planning on coming in front of council in October with an update to our bylaw, because right now our bylaw is old, like several decades old. So we're looking at upgrading that bylaw, getting bigger fines, and then we can, because right now our bylaw doesn't really have any teeth. So once we upgrade the bylaw, have bigger fines, our bylaw officers are going to be able to at least issue fines when people are caught in the process of dumping illegally. Now the challenge is they usually don't do that when people are around, but it is a concern and it is a challenge that we're trying to address. Getting a new bylaw that is going to have bigger fines is a step in that direction.
Okay, that's all I've got. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Councillor Brent. Just for next, Councillor, a quick question, Antoine. Who's going to lead the communication to the public on all these changes and when they're going to be picked up? Is that going to be Circular doing that, or is that something they're going to download onto the municipality?
For the chair to the question, I can let Blair answer that one too, but it's going to be theirs to communicate. They basically, and it's communication is going to be province wide, so they're going to be able to. I'm expecting they're going to have ads on TV, and so they have big pockets to like communicate that. So Blair, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Yeah, for sure. It will be us, and we know that it is important to get it right. We'll do it in collaboration. We're not going to download the work onto your municipal team, but we will keep them highly informed. So one of the first steps is informing them who the curbside collector is, then providing them all the information for your residents if you need it. You know, what happens if issues arise and how do we fix them? And then the service provider will meet with us as well and explain. We will talk together about how everything works in your communities. And then we do a provincial campaign, we do a targeted campaign, we do postcard mailouts, and we have an app as well.
Perfect, thank you. Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair, Antoine, thanks for the presentation. Two questions, most of them were the other ones were asked earlier. The public drop-off, administration wants to keep that, you mentioned. Is that net neutral at the end of the day, or is there going to be an expense keeping that?
For the chair to the question, the public drop-off at the landfill right now is embedded into all our other materials that we recycle, like batteries, computer screens, TVs. So all these, like what EPR is really going after is a packaging product, so paper, plastic. So we're still going to have a lot of staff and equipment operations around those bins that are going to be allocated to the PPPs, to the products that EPR is going to mandate. We're going to also have an agreement with Circular Material because we are basically going to be collecting these on their behalf. So we're going to have an agreement with Circular Material to continue operating this. The expectation is that when residents come to the public drop-off to drop sometimes garbage, but mattresses, all sorts of items, they are going to have some of those packaging products on the truck as well. So we want to make sure that they have a place to put them. Otherwise, they would end up going into the garbage bin, which is not, first, environmentally friendly, and second, it's more material going to our landfill. So there's a benefit to us to continue operating the landfill location because residents are going to come with those products and we're going to give them a place to put them. And then a contractor is probably, like, we haven't confirmed all the details with Circular, but their contractor is going to take those bins and take them to their receiving location somewhere in town.
So will there be a fee? Will we get reimbursed for the recyclables that we collect on behalf of Circular when we...
Yes, you will.
Oh, thank you.
Change your voice. The other question, Antoine, I believe if you have a rental, a legal basin suite, you're charged for the additional bins. Will that be something the renter or the homeowner will have to call in to make sure that they're not billed for that going forward in October, or the municipality got an understanding of where all the bins are?
Through the chair to the
Thank
question. At this point, the billing will all stay the same. So unless they wanted to change the services, then they'd have to call in and amend their billing, if that answers the question.
So
Any registered basement suites are included in the monthly billing and will remain the same.
but you're paying an additional charge for bins in the basement, and even
They'll still get their garbage pickup. If they still want
Yeah.
garbage collection, then it would be the same.
It's considered two addresses, right?
Yes, they have to register the second.
So yes, through the chair, if you have two residents, if you had a basement suite and the upstairs, for example, that would be considered two addresses. So it's going to remain two addresses because the contracts that we have currently with Circular Material for the interim period accounted for 17,000 households which is including all these legal basement suites.
Okay, so it is including the legal ones then?
Yes.
17,000. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Allen?
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Antoine, and to Blair. This is a good news story. The fact that we are going to save residents money and we're lowering costs. I mean, we're increasing what can be recycled. But one of the questions I do have: at one point, we were stockpiling certain recyclable materials, such as glass, because we didn't have a market to ship it to. Do we still have stockpiles of this? Or these types of materials?
Through the chair to the question, glass will be handled a little bit differently now. So we have been accepting it and at the public drop-off. Now it will be included in the blue bin program. So all glass will go into the blue bin, into the single stream. As far as stockpiling other products, we don't really have much for capacity storage to stockpile. So typically the way it works right now, it comes in, it's baled, and then we ship it out to market as soon as we get a full load. But our capacity to store anything for very long without it getting compromised, like the cardboard getting wet or anything like that, is hard to do.
So items like that are not ending up in landfill then?
Not ending up in the landfill, no.
Okay. And anything we do have circular materials would just assume that material at this point? Or
all our current materials plus the additional ones that they're going to offer will all be going to a receiving facility now, contracted by Circular and baled and shipped direct to a Big Murph in Edmonton probably.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, that was another thing, was the cost of getting it down the highway. Next question, I guess. Gosh, going back to 2007, you knew this one was going to come up, Antoine, but the hours and days and weeks and months that it was my first term where we debated the single-use bag bylaw. And so maybe it's a question for Blair, but I'm looking at the recyclable material list, and under I think it's the last page, second last page, where you have flexible plastic packaging. I don't see anything on any of these pages specifically related to plastic shopping bags or reusable shopping bags. Would those be included under flexible plastic packaging?
Yes, they are included. There's a little bit of a difference between the types of reusable shopping bags, what they're made out of and what they're intended for. But the Simply Made, very flimsy plastic recycling bags are absolutely included. Remember, this is paper and packaging, so things that encompass other products and things that we ship things in to get it to market. That's primarily what these things are. You don't buy a can of soup to eat. Obviously, eat the can. That's the idea of packaging. And shopping bags do fall in. So do blue bags. Those are included in this as well. So flexible plastics, all sorts.
Great, thank you. And I had another question in that vein, but it had to do more with, that's okay, we'll leave that for when we get to debate. So along the same vein, though, with the plastic shopping bags, I believe it was in 2022 or 21, it was still during when we had COVID happening, and we had requests to bring back the single-use bag bylaw, and at that point we voted to stop enforcement, but the bag bylaw was still in existence. Can I ask if that ever came back in the last term, or no? It wasn't 22. It was in the previous term, before 2021, 2020?
For the chair to the question, I don't believe it came up the last term, and that comes down to really council's decision if they want to continue enforcing it or change it. But it's not been raised to my attention.
Yeah, I don't think it's continued to not be enforced from what I understand. I'll save that for the debate. No, that's great, and like I say, good news, and I appreciate bringing this forward.
Thanks, Councillor Allen. Councillor Bussier, Luana?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Deanna or Antoine, can either of you help me understand what we have authority over? Like, we're being mandated to do this, they're asking us to keep it to 28, and your recommendation is no. I'm just not clear where we have authority, because aren't we being told this isn't a choice?
For the chair to the question, it is a little bit confusing. Like, the province is basically taking over whether we agree to it or not. October 1st, well, April 1st, 2025 is when it came into effect. It came fast in, like, circular material wasn't necessarily fully ready because it did come fairly fast. So their approach to make sure that would be ready was to continue operating with us for a transition period of 18 months, which takes us to October 1st of this year. And that 18 months would buy them the time to go to market, find new partners, or stay with us if we had been successful in winning the bid. And on October 1st, after going to market, they found contractors that are more cost efficient for them. So they are in the business of, like, it's producers, so they like profits. So they're not going to pay more for something that they can pay less for. So as soon as they're able to transition, they are basically, they told us that starting October 1st, we're taking it over because we can do it cheaper with a different partner. Now, again, talking about that transition and how quickly all of this is happening, the depots are a little bit more challenging for them to grasp and to operate. Collecting bins at the curb, it's fairly simple. You have a contractor, you go pick them up, you have a location, drops them, and you ship itself. But the depots, where do you find the locations? Who is going to operate them? So that's why they've asked us, or they've requested from us to continue operating it for 18 months. So it would buy them time to figure that second piece out. For the reasons that we've expressed in the presentation, we're happy to continue operating the one at the landfill because it's right in the middle of our operations. But the other depots, we recommend that circular material takes over and operates these because it's really their mandate to do it.
And there's no value for us to do it fiscally, right? Financially, there's no
Through the chair, to the question,
cost
there
us,
is
right?
zero
They wouldn't
value.
pay us.
Yes. Well,
do
they
it?
would pay us, but it wouldn't, like, whatever they pay us, like, just showing the cost we were getting for collections for that interim contract, it's costing us 3.3 million, and they're paying us, like, we're still negative 1.4 at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So even if they paid us money, it would not cover the full cost of operations.
And if they're not ready, like they've asked us to make, if they're not ready, what happens? Or they've assured us they will be ready.
For the chair, to the question, and Blair, I don't know how much you want me to answer that, or if you want to jump in, please do so. But like, it's in their best interest to continue the service levels that we currently have. So having all these depots, nobody wants those depots to be closed. But my understanding of the agreement of the EPR program is that depots are only required where we do not have collections. So Sapper Creek, for example, is a depot, but we're also picking up recyclable at the curb. So the depot is not mandated by the EPR regulation, but circular material doesn't want to come in and take things away because that's not going to help with the transition and the buy-in from the public. And that being said, we've been very flexible and cooperative with taking garbage from those depots where they might not be as cooperative.
Okay. So Blair, you're going to be ready?
If I could.
Yeah, please.
For sure. Yeah, I'd love to give just a tiny bit of perspective on this. I see it just a little bit differently. EPR in general is a provincial mandate, but it's voluntary. So any municipality participating, you have to choose you want to participate in this. Our goal as a nonprofit producer responsibility organization is to make sure the service level is good. We all live and breathe these communities the same way as you guys do. So we have no interest in dissembling what has already been built. The only questions that we have right now are what's exactly the right number of depots in each community based on population and access. And there's always an overflow issue. There's times of seasonal fluctuation. Some of your community members live rural. They don't have access to curbside. So we do actually have to provide depots and want to provide depot access. So when Antoine and team had talked to us about not continuing to operate these depots, we understood the problems that he outlined based on your community, the garbage and the extra work and the other issues. And so we are prepared. We will find a contractor to continue to have bins. Some controls would be great. We don't want contamination as much as we can reduce that. We don't want a couch in the bin or garbage bags in the bin, all of those things. So we might try some different types of bins, but want to make sure your community is served well. That's what's in our best interest too. And so yes, we are prepared, and we will. And we have to lease the land. All of those depots are on municipal land, so we're going to have to lease them. This will be the first situation in Alberta where the municipality might not run the operations. Snow removal. There, typically there we would pay people to go and mow the lawn, remove garbage, do snow removal. I'd still like to see if we could do that because these are people in your community. You're already servicing things for other reasons, so we'll see what we can get to in terms of an agreement with your team. But yeah, we'll continue on.
Thank you. And you lost me at this was voluntary. I need some clarity on this.
Yeah. Antoine, that's the first I've actually heard of that since this all started. If someone can explain that.
Because I said it, I can just say extended, Antoine's probably very sad that I've said it this way, but extended producer responsibility was rolled out as a regulatory regime, a framework, and municipalities had to choose to sign up to participate. And if you chose and you registered, which meant producers would now pay the cost instead of your residents of your recycling programs. So there's a lot of incentive to do that. And that's why by October, we'll have 98% of all of the province enrolled and signed up and moving forward as a provincial framework. But ultimately, nobody can force a municipality to sign up in the first place.
So, through the chair, to add to that, talking about fiscal responsibility, the province has a mandate to the producer saying, you guys are producing all that paper products, the packaging product, we're now going to make you pay for it. So when she says that we had to volunteer, we could continue to pay for all that product, but the province is saying, hey, I'm going to flip that bill, I'm going to pay for it. So that's why 98% of the municipalities in the province have decided that, hey, if someone else is going to pay for all of that, sure, we're going to volunteer to take your money, basically. Or stop the cost.
I can appreciate looking for cost savings. Absolutely support that. I'm like what this has done to staff. Like it's my understanding, so I'm sure it's some staff's understanding that we didn't have a choice in this. And we did have a choice in this. I mean, I don't disagree with the choice we made. It's fiscally responsible. But I guess I'm just concerned about the unnecessary strain that we caused to some of our staff. Now, I did hear there will be no job losses. I guess CAO, I would, you can't do it today maybe, but I would like some communication that they're guaranteed not to lose their job because this is a choice we made. I don't like how this rolled out.
Through the chair to the question. So, first of all, I would just like to confirm that nobody has lost a job yet. So we're losing positions. No, but so far, okay, let me say so far. So nobody has lost a job. We lost positions, but we're reallocating the staff to different positions. And some of the staff is actually they're pretty happy with some of the changes because they got opportunities that before might not have been offered to them. So in terms of staffing impact, there was definitely some stress. I'm not going to deny that. But our intent and our work is to make sure that no employee is being let go because of that change. And so far, out of the 8 material processors, we've reallocated 7 of them, and 1 was offered a position but is just waiting. So our expectation is that no employee is going to be laid off because of that change. In terms of the voluntary participation, I wish our regulatory advisor manager, who's very passionate about this topic, would be here tonight, because he definitely would have more knowledge on this than I do. And we're going to get back to you and provide more information about that. But my understanding is that whether we opted in or not, that program was still going to come into play. But that's where I would need confirmation from our manager of legislative services, our regulatory manager, because he was the one. Or Blair, maybe can you confirm if we had opted out, what would have been the impact to the municipality?
You would have continued to operate your programs as is, to market your materials without funding from circular materials.
Okay.
So Blair, question for you. I thought my understanding of opting out would have meant that you guys, Circular Materials, was obligated to provide anybody who is receiving a garbage collection pickup with a recycling collection pickup. So essentially, Circular would have just had to come in and manage it right off the hop as soon as we opted out. That's not the case?
I think, Deanna, for the conversation here about the initial registration, where a community decides to participate or not to participate. That applies. Everything I said before makes sense. It was a choice. In terms of our initial enrollment, how we manage the program, either through a municipality or directly through a contractor, those were the terminologies you're referring to. So opt in or opt out. That's that. Once you're signed up, how do we manage a contract perspective?
That doesn't clarify it. So if we had opted out, would Circular Materials still have to pick up the recyclable or not?
If Antoine, I just want to be careful for council when we're saying opt out. So if you're talking about terminology used in EPR for after a community is registered, if you opted in, we use that to say community still would run their recycling contract for whatever term we determined together would work. And if you opted out, that meant you didn't want to manage your recycling contract, but you're still registered to participate in EPR, then we provided a service provider directly.
I'm just going to jump in the middle of this debate and just be...
We're not in debate yet, Councillor.
Well, no, this is a debate.
Yeah.
And so I'm just going to end it and just say I want to make sure our staff know, the impacted staff, that they have a job. I hear you, but I don't think you intend this, but you use the term yet. And so for anybody who might be nervous about losing their job, yet would probably trigger them. So I just want to make sure our people are okay. This sounds like a very fiscally responsible decision for us. I hope operationally it runs without snags. We obviously need to do our due diligence in making informed decisions, but I want to make sure our people impacted know that they are safe. That's what I care about. So I'll leave that with you, CAO, to deal with.
Through the chair, if I can just jump in here. My use of the word yet is because October 1st is when it happens. So we do have still 4 months to relocate all staff. And we've been working with the union, we kept them up to speed about the impacts to the staffing all along. So, but appreciate.
We all know there's been a history under things in the past where maybe what's been said from around the horseshoe or at the top of the food chain isn't necessarily trusted. So, and that's not at you, just, so I just want to make that clear. I just want a culture of safety. I want people to feel protected in this environment. And I said that during the campaign and I've said it ever since. So I'm just going along that theme. So thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Through the chair to the question, I appreciate the comment, Councillor Bussière, but we will ensure that the safety of our employees is at the forefront of what we do. So committed to that. Thanks.
Okay, and following on with Councillor Boussier's question, like at no time when they first heard about this, was there an opt-out or a voluntary was ever on the table that I've seen. So if it was an opt-out or voluntary, why would we we'd be bidding on the contract to do it ourselves and then lose the contract if it was something we didn't have to do in the first place? Anybody can answer that.
For the chair to the question, that is a fair question. When this change was introduced, the EPR program, like a couple of years ago, as I said, everything happened pretty fast, and it was a lot of question marks on a lot of things. Like, we didn't really know if it was going to happen, how it was going to happen. We had a small window to decide if we were opting in or opting out, and basically opting out meaning, based on Blair's clarification, is opting out means we're basically we're passing on the buck to circular material. Opting in would be we continue doing it. So at the time, like 2-3 years ago, when this became kind of a reality, we were told you have until this day to tell us if you're in or out. The conversation that was had at the time with, as I said, it's too bad Sam is not here because he might have better answers to this. But the decision was to follow 98% of the province and say we're going to basically pass the buck to circular material. That's what was decided at the time. And after that decision was made, then we didn't want to let go without a fight because we could still get paid by circular and offer the service. And then we kind of keep the service and we get more money from the outside. So why not do that? So that's the reason why we tried to bid on this contract, because if we could keep it and get someone else to pay for it, it's a double win, right?
Yeah, I think so. So if we opt for them to take it, then we bid on the contract after they take it. But if they didn't take it, we're doing it anyway.
Through the chair to the question, that is correct, but I'm not sure if they would have paid us, and that's maybe Blair can confirm. If we had kept it in-house, would we have received the same compensation for it?
No, you would not have. Part of what we are doing is a prevention program. So the opportunity we have before us is scale. And so when we offered opt-in for communities that were managing their contracts, either they hired, a service provider to do it, or they had a fleet similar to what you guys had. We did that as transitional agreements. And like Antoine said, things moved really fast. We wanted to keep services consistent. And then we gathered the information and we looked at the rates across Alberta and all of the factors. And then we issued a request for proposal for competitive pricing. And then that's where we landed. We were able to evaluate that. And we're just at the end of that now in terms of pricing models. So we divided Alberta into 10 catchment areas, and we're able to look past municipal boundaries and hire qualified service providers to not only provide services to Wood Buffalo, but many other communities around you folks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Blair, for your presentation. Director Remp, I guess my first question is, as our administrative director, yourself, do you think that this is too much gray, blurred lines for us to make any concrete decision on this right now?
For the chair to the question, it is definitely a lot of changes happening fast, but as Blair mentioned, 98% of the province is doing it. I think that given the fact that we've worked really hard to make sure that we're not losing any jobs, that we're losing positions, not people, I do believe that this program is allowing us to recycle more materials. Like, we're going to be able to put more materials in that blue bin. We're not going to have to worry what week is it. We can put paper, we can put plastic, we can put tins, all of that into one bin, and every week someone is going to pick up at the curb. So I think it's actually a very good initiative because we're going to be able to remove a lot of this material from our landfill. So it's going to buy us more years for our landfill because a lot of that material now is going to move south. Now, in terms of the transition and the challenges, it's definitely going to have It's going to be interesting, as I described it earlier. It's going to come with some challenges because a new contractor is going to come on board. The residents are probably going to be confused. Who should I call? They're probably going to call Pulse. Pulse is going to say, well, it's not really ours anymore. Just call this number. But all in all, it's the province has mandated a change, and it's improving the recycling that we can do. And one thing we haven't talked too much about, but sorting line that we had at the material recovery facility was all done by hand. And the efficiency of that process was not very good. A lot of what was collected in those blue bins, first there was a contamination, but even some of the good products that residents took the time to put in those bins didn't necessarily end up being recycled because we, like sorting manually, and what's going to happen now is Circular Materials is going to have 2 sorting facilities, one in Calgary, one in Edmonton, and it's going to be machines, computers, like AI. That's what's going to sort those recyclables. So they're going to be way more efficient than we could ever be ourselves. So in the big scheme of things, I think it's going to be beneficial for the environment, and it's going to be beneficial for our region as well, because we're going to redirect a lot of that recyclable materials from the landfill.
But those are kind of the responses that I was looking for, because that changes a little more understanding the presentation myself. But how about our bins and stuff like that? What do we do with those?
For the chair to the question.
Can I speak to that one?
Yes, please.
Sorry. Yeah, I help you out a little bit. We want to be able to maintain. So we've asked our contractor. Antoine mentioned that this conversation is happening later this week. We would like our contractor, if they can sort out an agreement, to purchase them. And how our contracts work is that each of those carts that you guys have, actually the ownership of those carts stays with the resident, with the household. So even if we change contractors, these contracts are 7 years long. If we change contracts, the carts still stay there. The contractor, though, must maintain them and provide new carts if they're damaged or they go missing. It will not be a municipality problem.
Did you ask about the bins or about admin?
The bins.
Oh, the bins. Yeah, no, that's right.
Okay,
that's the right answer. Thank you.
Yeah, the bins. Like we own all the bins, us as a municipality, right?
So through the chair, we currently own the bins.
Yeah.
All 3 of them.
Yeah.
And what we're hoping, based on the conversation we're going to have later this week with the contractor or with Circular and then with the contractor, is that the contractor is going to buy those bins or inherit those bins from us. And the benefit of that is we don't have to go and pick up 34,000 bins and get rid of them. So having the contractor use the same bins, it's so much easier for the residents. They already understand it's a blue bin. They won't have to worry about which blue anymore. It's just
that's what I mean. Like we own the bins. The taxpayers bought the bins.
Correct.
So we're just going to give them to Alberta?
Through the chair to the question, no, we're going to ask them for lots of money.
Okay, good. That's what I'm getting at. There's not only that, but the municipal infrastructure that are on the lands that are part. That was my next question: is how much infrastructure are on the lands that we're going to be leasing? Like we're not going to just, how long? That's why I'm saying it's a long. I think it's a longer process than just having to us make a decision today, because all those things we'd like to know about some of that stuff, I think. And so
yeah. And
how much the infrastructure, what's going to happen with the infrastructure?
For the chair to the question, so the location of the depots, the infrastructure is basically a pad. So it's a concrete pad. Mm-hmm. At McDonald Island, for example, it's part of the parking lot, but it's in the back there. So the lease agreement is for the next 18 months, and our 18 months starting October 1st. Our expectation is that come January 1st, 2028, Circular Material is probably going to have found their own pieces of land to put their bins on, or we're going to continue to lease it to them. So our infrastructure is really just a small piece of land. So that's not a huge cost in terms of the material recovery facilities that we do not need anymore to sort the material. That's the one that we're going to remove the sorting line, and we're going to reconvert that space to accommodate some possibly new programs like a reusable shed. And that same building is also used for the commercial and industrial recycling. So we do have like Canadian Tire, for example, would send their cardboard to us, and it comes in on the other side of that building, but into the same building. So we're going to continue. We're not moving out of the recycling business. We're just moving out of the residential recycling business.
Okay, thanks. So the lands that we own, and you say that we're going to lease them
Yeah.
to Alberta?
For the chat, for the question, yes.
Do we know a number, or do we discuss a number, or?
For the chat, the question, we do not have that number at this point. Not yet.
I hope we charge them lots because they charge us lots.
We're going to try to charge them as much as we can.
Okay. Curbside services, maybe this one's for Blair. Curious the data on curbside services for rural municipalities here in our region, because I live in a rural community and I know that there's not that service. So I'm just trying to see how you guys collected the data and made those decisions on rural Alberta.
Yeah, good question. And just to go back one as well, we do have a depot agreement. We're paying right now for the use of those depots. So there is a current agreement in place, so we can leverage that. And I hope we're compensating fairly. That's our goal. In terms of curbside, how it works, it's in regulation. And it says that if a community has introduced garbage curbside services, then they qualify for blue or PPP or whatever you want to call it, blue PPP curbside services. And that's how we implement it. We have 18 months from the point of when garbage curbside services are implemented to match it. And that's the sole requirement.
Thank you. So the 98% that you were mentioning, what's the other 2%? Where's the other 2%? Do you know?
Some of our smaller little communities like summer villages, some First Nations communities that we're working with to try to establish, they don't have infrastructure yet in place for lots of types of services, probably primarily there.
So we're working with the feds on that, with the First Nations?
We are.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, you bet.
Thanks. That's all I got for now.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question for you, Blair. I love the idea of this whole thing. But you made a comment how most municipalities won the bid in their area. You probably can't get into the logistics, but was it just a low bid? I guess was that the tender? Is that was just low bid came in and got it? So I would ask you why we didn't get it, but you probably can't divulge that. So I'm assuming if we could just know how the tender was, if most municipalities won their own bid and we didn't.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, so I definitely did not say that most municipalities won it. Most municipalities did not bid. And you would have to have a fleet. So we weren't looking for a municipality to manage those contracts for us. We were looking for fleets, service providers on the ground to be able to do that. It was a matrix. It was based on you had to have lots of past experience and be active in the Alberta market. You had to service a large area or larger area, and of course pricing. And you had to be able to meet the community's day, week of service, biweekly or weekly collection. You had to have the right vehicles in place for the scale of operation that we were looking for.
Okay, yeah, no, my apologies. I thought you had said that most had won and we had lost. So my apologies on the question there.
Yeah.
It's Councillor Weigel. Councillor Brandt.
Thank you, Mayor. 2 questions. So do you already know who your contractor is? Obviously, you're not going to tell us, but you know who it is already?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have a timeline on when you might take over commercial?
No. That has to be regulated, and there is currently no talk of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Brandt. Councillor Cardinal.
I'm curious to Antoine and your counterpart there, forgot her name. Deanna? Deanna, nice to meet you. Do we get a poll with the residents on this, or we just pushed it through and that's it. It's getting done.
For the chair to the question, we did not get a poll from the residents. We were told by the province that this is now ours and we're taking it over. So that was my understanding. Now, again, based on tonight's conversation, might be different. I'll follow up with Sam.
Well,
but my understanding is that the province was taking it over whether we wanted to or not.
Well, you do know the province can't take us over, right?
Taking over the recyclable.
Well, I'd like to think not, but anyways, it's my thoughts.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinals. Council, have any other questions? I'm not seeing any, so thanks, Antoine. Thank you. Can I have someone make a motion? Councillor Allen?
Thank you, Worship. I'll move that the presentation titled Circular Materials, Regional Municipality Wood Buffalo, and Extended Producer Responsibility, or EPR, Impacts to the RMWB, be received for information, and that the recommendation to transfer responsibility of the 7 community recycling depots to circular materials under the EPR program effective October 1st, 2026 be approved, and that the administration continue to operate the recycling depot located at the public drop-off, or PDO, at the Fort McMurray landfill.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Thank you, Councillor Boussier, for the second. Council, any comments, questions, or debate points? Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. Well, I won't be supporting this motion, I know that, because obviously there's too many gray areas in my point of view. Also, the rural residents, I think that it's just the cities, the mandate from Alberta is, I think, is a whole lot different than engaging with the rural residents as well as the municipal residents here in this community. I think that they deserve to be able to have an opinion on how their dollars are spent, and I think that they deserve a chance to have a poll and see if this is what they want. Because in my I'm a guy that if Canada cannot force Alberta to do anything, why can Alberta force us to do anything? And it's you guys, they said it clear as day in there that. We opt out. We could choose not to do it, and I feel that at this point there needs to be a little longer timeline and explanation to our residents, a little more and more engagement with us as well, and. I think that'll benefit our region, and also what's the stance with the nations in the communities? Like what's the communications with them? I'm sure that they've never heard anything about this, so I'd like to clarify some of the statements made by Blair and Alberta and the federal government to come to understanding together instead of just Alberta pushing their way through. So sometimes. We don't always have to do what Alberta says. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say thanks to the administration and all the work that they've done on this. I will be supporting this. I do think it's a great program. I love the fact that we're going to be able to take more different types of material. We're going to be recycling more things, and we'll get it back right now. The delineation of what we're trying to separate and what gets through, as well as lessening the load in our own landfill and what gets done here, I think is huge and hugely responsible. Thank you to the CAO for committing to the jobs and just making sure that the safety of our people are there. That's a huge benefit for us to be able to sit back here and have faith that that will be taken care of. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Other council have any other questions, comments, or debate points? Councillor Cardinal again.
Well, I just want to, I think that we need to find a different path forward, because Alberta can't even fix our roads around here, let alone they're making decisions on other things. And I just feel that this motion needs to be defeated today so we can find different answers and hold the province accountable for other things that they're trying to neglect in this community. And it's time that they start to pick up their socks and let's stand our ground and defeat this and hopefully move forward on our own, because we can do it ourselves.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Have any other questions, comments, or debate points? I'll be supporting this because I think two things. One, our misemployers can be taken care of. That's number one thing. But secondly, actually recycling and not having the question mark of where this stuff's going, I think that's huge. The other things we'll work through. I don't see any other questions, comments, debate points. I will go. Councillor Vardy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I appreciate it. I also will be supporting this motion. Just a comment to CAO. There was a lot of confusion around the mandate, specifically if we can opt in or opt out. I ask that administration be more well versed prior to making recommendations, so we can make the best choices. This is the best decision, and if there was a choice to opt in or opt out, I would choose to opt in. The savings are remarkable, but I was led to believe that this was not, that we were mandated and had no opportunity to opt out, and clarity would have been appreciated. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Through the chair, Councillor Vardy. Yep. Message received. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Cardinal, again, final remarks.
Well, I just wanted to state that our annual operating, our annual budget for this region is, roughly 600 million, and fiscal responsibility at times, sometimes we always speak highly of it, and I know that recycling might be a great thing to stick with, but at this point I feel like the $1.3 million is not a big heavy stamp that we need to save. So I just feel that we could move forward with this, and don't always have to say yeah to Alberta. Like I keep on saying that, we always nod our heads, oh yes, all the time, right? And I feel that we got to stand our ground and do it the way this community wants, not Alberta.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. And with that, I'll call vote. In favor online, Councillor Marcel. Thank you. In favor. And that's carried with 8 in favor. Right now, I guess council, we're going to take a 10-minute break and be right back with Cano for Chippewa campus land sale. Welcome back, everyone. Moving forward, Councillor Scott's recused himself as he is still the acting chair, I believe, with Cano. So I'd like to welcome Cano, our Public Planning and Development Service, to introduce a report on Cano Fort Chipewyan campus land sale.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Amanda Owens, Director of Planning and Development Services, and with me this evening is Bryn Armstrong, Manager of Land Administration. We are here this evening to seek Council's approval to authorize a letter supporting Cano College's land sale of the Fort Chipewyan campus to Mikisew Cree First Nation, known as MCFN. The subject lands were originally owned by the municipality dating back to amalgamation. In 2010, Council approved the transfer of the land to Cano College at a nominal fee for the sole purpose of supporting post-secondary education in the community. Shortly after, a school was built on the site and included a satellite public library. Since then, a community garden and park were also located on the site for public use and maintained by the municipality. In December 2025, Cano College advised the municipality of its intention to sell the property to MCFN, who would operate the facility as a secondary school moving forward. As part of the original transfer in 2010, the municipality retained a right of first refusal should the lands be sold in the future. Therefore, administration is supportive of the proposed transfer, as it is consistent with the original intent of the 2010 land conveyance. It ensures continued educational use of the site and advances the region's commitment to truth and reconciliation. Library services no longer operate out of the Cano campus and are provided through the municipal contact office instead. The playground will continue to remain in place under an existing 99-year municipal lease registered on title, which runs with the land. The community garden will remain in place and will continue to be operated by the municipality as agreed to by MCFN, and a formal agreement will be put in place. Lastly, administration is recommending that the municipality retain approval authority and a right of first refusal registered on the title at nominal consideration, should the lands no longer be used for an approved educational purpose in the future. This would apply to the land interest only and would not impact third-party buildings or improvements. In conclusion, administration recommends Council's approval to authorize a letter supporting Cano College's land sale of the Fort Chipewyan campus to MCFN. This concludes our presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Madam. Does Council have any questions? Councillor Cardinal.
Thanks for the presentation. I seen some of the supporting documents that we had under first right of refusal. The first right of refusal will be to the municipality?
That's correct.
Okay. That's all I got. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Does Council have any other questions? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Brent. Thanks, Amanda. Do we have any delegates to this item? And we have delegates online. Carrie Koretsky? Soretsky?
Yep.
Thanks. Just want to go ahead. Carrie, you have 5 minutes to present.
Sure. I apologize. I'm on the road with 30 students. We just got out of 2 days of camping in Drumheller. So we're at the hotel and they're all waiting for supper here from me. I just wanted to say that we've been operating out of the Cano campus for 6 years now. We expanded to grade 8 and we continue to have great success with over 140 graduates. We're starting to hit some roadblocks with building maintenance. I'm pretty worried about lockdown. Just our locks are not where they should be for emergency purposes and it's just for safety of the students and continued proper operations of the building, and that I think there's just time that there's a little bit more TLC going into the place. Keanu has run one program in the last 6 years and has kind of handed over the space to us. Matish, you want to add on?
Thanks for having me. So my name is Mitesh Patel. I'm the Chief Financial Officer here at Mikisew Cree First Nation. Just wanted to add that we want to start getting our repairs and start dealing with the deficiencies with the building, and that's one of the reasons we want to acquire the school. Additionally, we want to continue to maintain strong educational programming, and just keep it running and increase the standard of which it's running at right now. That's all I have.
Thanks, Carrie, and thanks, Matish. And thanks for everything you guys are doing up in Fort Chipewyan. So you're both, of course, in support of this motion?
Yes.
Does council have any questions for presenters? I'm not seeing you, so thank you very much. And next we have Chantal Beaver and Scott McPherson with Keanu College. Have you just say your name for the record and just you have 5 minutes to present and just remain seated for questions after that, please.
My name is Scott McPherson, President and CEO, Keanu College, and I have Associate VP Chantal Beaver here with me tonight. Your Worship and members of Council, thank you for the opportunity to present today. We are here to speak to the motion to authorize the Mayor on behalf of Council to provide a letter of non-objection to the transfer of the subject lands to the Mikisew Cree First Nation, subject to the municipality registering a right of first refusal. In requesting this land transfer, we intend to sell the physical asset located on the land, which once served as a Keanu College campus. I want to be clear that Keanu is not stepping away from Fort Chipewyan. Our commitment to supporting education and training in the community remains strong. What is changing is how we deliver that support. Keanu established the campus in 2010 to expand access to local community-based education. Over the years, we offered a wide range of programming, including healthcare training, academic upgrading, GED preparation, trades programming, and other learning opportunities. Those efforts were important and meaningful. At the same time, it became increasingly difficult to sustain a traditional, institutionally operated campus model that was financially and operationally viable over the long term. In 2020, the campus was leased to the Mikisew Cree First Nation. Since then, the facility has remained active and continues to deliver programming that reflects the community's needs and priorities. This includes secondary education, land-based learning, adult education, and cultural programming. Following community engagement, the college issued a request for expressions of interest in April 2025. The RFEIO clearly required that any proposal maintain education as the primary use of the property, demonstrate strong alignment with community needs, reflect a collaborative approach, and support long-term sustainability. Mikisew Cree was the sole respondent, and their proposal met all of these requirements. Likewise, further discussions have been held with Mikisew regarding the sale of the asset, including seeking the appropriate approvals. If successful, this acquisition of the asset builds on the work already underway at the site and reflects a locally led model of education delivery. This model is grounded in the community and designed for long-term success. Keanu College will continue to support post-secondary learning, skills training, and pathways for students in Fort Chipewyan. We see ongoing opportunities to partner, collaborate, and deliver programming in flexible, responsive ways that meet the community needs. The motion before you includes important safeguards. The right of first refusal ensures that if the property is no longer used for its intended educational purpose, it can revert to the municipality. Existing provincial considerations and public access requirements will also remain in place. These measures help protect the long-term public interests while enabling a sustainable, community-driven model. Ultimately, this decision is about ensuring that this important asset continues to serve the people of Fort Chipewyan. We believe the proposed approach does. Thank you, and we'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Scott. Does council have any questions? Councillor Boussier?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Just to be clear, you are selling the asset, the building, the land you got for like $1, right? Keano got for like $1. Is that right, Amanda?
Through the chair to the question, yes, the land was transferred over at a nominal fee. I don't know what Keano's breakdown is of the transaction they have with MCFN, that they would be better suited to answer that piece.
Thank you. Councillor Boussier, the intention would be to sell the physical asset only minus the value of the land. So the overall value minus the value of the land, just the value of the physical asset is what Mikisew would purchase the property for.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Cardinal?
I guess it being an educational pillar to the community, I'm hoping that it's given for nothing. I'm curious as to the nominal amount that the nation would be paying, because if it's a pillar to the community and it's an educational success, I think that it should be transferred over to for $0 or for $1. I'm just curious.
I can't discuss that at this time, and right now we're going through the steps of being able to get the right letters and approvals to be able to sell the asset. It will be sold for an agreed upon amount between Keano College and the nation. If the nation wishes to address that question, they certainly can.
I guess I'll save this for debate. I kind of had more to say about that specific piece, because Keano College was a not-for-profit organization from the day that it hit Fort Chipewyan. So profiting off it, I will not be supporting that.
Right now it's questions, Councillor. Thanks. Councillor Allen?
Thank you, and good to see you both. I believe I was there for the grand opening of that facility, 2010, or no, 2012. I can't remember when that was, but anyhow, but my understanding, this was a building facility that was built by Keano College for the purpose of operating sort of extended services or an extended campus from the Fort McMurray campus, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, so you have a cost involved in building and operating that building as a physical asset. Okay. No, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Boussier?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Chantal, do you know or can you share how much has been invested by Keano up there to date, or is that public knowledge?
I don't have that information, but I can certainly follow up with council or members of council if they wish to acquire that.
Yeah, I guess I just, it's your business. If this is authorized, it's your business what you do in terms of that. Just more to point out to, or to, I don't know, counter Councillor Cardinal's statement, because I'm sure Keano's invested some money. Can you just help me understand, like up there right now, it's Mikisew staff, Mikisew employees that are providing services in the building now?
Yeah, so when we stopped offering services at the Keano campus in Fort Chipewyan in 2020, just during the pandemic, we began leasing that property to Mikisew, who operates the schools from the property fully. When we go into the community to do any type of training, it's usually through an agreement through a corporate training department where we do, for example, we were there most recently, the courses that we delivered was an Excel training. We brought the carpentry sim trucks up a few years ago and did that. So whatever means we need for property, it may not be at the campus, it may be other places in the community, but for sole purpose on a day-to-day, the campus is fully leased by Mikisew Cree, and they do a fantastic job of operating the school from that building.
So when you talk about, or you, sir, talk about you're still into Keano, still looking to serve the community, but in different ways. So that will just be like working collaboratively with Mikisew, ACFN, like whoever to develop the partnerships that meet their needs and that your needs that you're able to mutually agree upon. Would that be correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Boussier. Is Council any other questions? I'm not seeing any, so thank you both very much. Thanks, Scott. Thanks, Chantal. Do we have any delegate for this item, or besides these? Can I have someone make the motion? Councilor Allen?
Okay. Thank you, Worship. I'll move that the mayor be authorized on behalf of council to provide a letter of non-objection to Keano College for their proposal to transfer a parcel of land legally described as Lot 6, Block 2, Plan 2694RS, in brackets, the subject lands, end bracket, as highlighted on attachment 1 to Mikisew Cree First Nation, subject to the conditions that A, the municipality registers a right of first refusal on the certificate of title to ensure the subject lands may revert to the municipality at a non-nominal consideration should they no longer be used for an approved educational purpose, and B, that the community garden usage be addressed prior to council providing a letter of non-objection.
Thank you, Councilor Allen. And thank you for the second, Councilor Weigels. Council, have any comments, questions, or debate points? Councilor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Just a comment and a just accolades to the TTS staff from 2016 to 2019. They had 2 graduates, and then when they took over that space from 2020 to now, they have 122 graduates. So I will be in support of this motion, and I want to thank Carrie for the fantastic work that she is doing up in CHIP, and she's even been gracious enough to help support some of our nations in the South with duplicating this. So great job, Carrie. We'll be support. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Vardy. Council, have any other questions, comments, or debate points? Councilor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. I obviously live in Fort Chippewa, and I was part from time to time at the land-based learning stuff. And when Carrie first came to the community, it was really something that she had pride in and brought to the community, which was, part of reconciliation and all this other stuff. And it's one of the pillars for our community, which is obviously land-based learning, and I'm glad that the school is going to have more space for more teachings and to expand their ability to build the capacity and build the community up. So I'll be supporting the motion, and I'd like to say thank you to Carrie and Keano, and hope that everything works out. And good to see. I'm probably going to start seeing tents and fire pits and stuff like that there. So for the outdoor activities, or yeah. So yeah, it's going to start. You're going to start seeing great things happen there, and so we should go and visit it maybe next time around. So I'll be supporting the motion, and I just wanted to say thank you for Keano and to Teresa Secondary School. So Teresa Tucker Secondary School. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. And don't see any other questions, comments, or debate points. So I will as well be supporting it, and I urge council to as well. It's a combination of Indigenous ownership and supports education in our rural communities, so definitely supporting this. I'll call for a vote. In favor online? Councilor Marcel in favor, thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Next, we have the report on the 2026 capital budget amendments. I'd like to invite Corporate Services to introduce the report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Rachel Orser, Controller of the Corporate Services Department. Administration has identified 3 capital projects to be submitted for capital budget amendment consideration. Council is the approving authority for the capital budget, subject to the provisions within Fiscal Responsible Policy FIN 160. The capital budget amendments being proposed will result in an increase of $200,385 to the 2026 and prior capital budget, and an increase of $2,538,105 to the 2027 and thereafter future plans, for a net increase of $2,738,490. The projects requesting an amendment include a cash flow adjustment for the 2026 RES Light Rescue Truck Replacement Project, so that full budget is available in 2026 to align with anticipated delivery. Previously, administration had anticipated that delivery would be in 2027. There is no impact to the overall budget requested for this project. A cash flow adjustment for the conventional bus replacement 2025 to 2032 project is being requested, where $500,000 is being deferred from 2026 to 2027, and $8.7 million is being advanced from future year plans to 2027 to align with an updated ordering strategy and project delivery timelines. There are no impacts to the overall budget request for this project, and as committed during budget deliberation, administration continues to actively pursue grant funding for this opportunity or for this program. The last amendment request is to add $2,738,490 to the Athletic Game Host Infrastructure Renew project to increase the existing scope to include rehabilitation of the Timberlake Community Park upper field synthetic turf, which has reached its end of life, along with the running track. Administration has identified that completing both components together under a single project would minimize disruption and avoid duplication of works. The full budget impact of these amendments is a net increase of $2,738,490, which would be incorporated into the 2026 capital budget and future plan should these amendments be approved by Council. This concludes my presentation, and my colleagues and I would be happy to take any questions you may have.
Thanks, Rachel. The improvements on the field, the athletic field in Timberlake, is that going to address the flooding that they've received the last few years over and over again? That's kind of destroyed that field each season. Keith, or if Elliot or whoever can answer that.
Through the chair to Mayor Bowman, are you talking about the football field or the soccer field? This one is specific to the soccer field next to the racing track.
Oh,
I think you might be talking about the football field. Yeah. The football field itself is a different project, and we are indeed addressing that drainage issue, flooding issue.
Okay, perfect. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Councillor Bussier.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. This is, I don't know who this is for, Keith, I think. So this amendment includes an additional $2.738 million for TCP, correct? That's what it says, because the field's at its end of life. You're still red.
Through the chair, Councillor Bussier, yes. When we came forward in 2025, any amenities that we had relating to the games, we requested that money. TCP, SAP, and Corliss was a part of that. We put forward the amount for the running track, and we were focused on the running track for the games. However, through our life cycling program, we realized that the inner inner part of that track, that being primarily the soccer field, is also reaching the end of its life. Now, we made the decision at that point in time to bring this forward because it makes sense. It's economies of scale, being synergetic, and to include it as part of that program. So yes, it's for the internal part of that for SAP or TCP.
So moving forward, would this be an example of where we hope to get better with our asset management? My assumption, correct me if I'm wrong, is if it's at the end of its life cycle, this shouldn't be a surprise, right? We would have budgeted for this?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, that's an excellent observation. And I think what's important to note here, when we came forward in 2025, when we do any type of games, it expedites what needs to be done. So with SAP and with Corliss, it would have been done, but at a later date. However, it's being expedited due to the games. So that's why we focus on those. Now, this is a part of the regular process. So we would have came forward at probably in the next year or so at the capital budgeting for this to take place. However, it doesn't make sense to do the outer track and then complete that and demob, and then a year later come back and do the inner. So it would have been done. We're following the process. We are indeed tightening our asset management program, but this also expedites what should be done, if that makes sense. This would have been done in the next year or 2 or 3, regardless. However, seeing that the games made the outer track a priority, we said, why not do the inner as well?
Which, yeah, that makes sense.
Yes.
So it's not exactly at the end of its life. It's just timing is.
Through the chair.
It's a combination of both?
It's probably 2 to 3 years out at best.
Okay.
And in addition to that, just as an add, it's the same company that performs both of those projects. So having them mobilized to that project to complete both at the same time made sense fiscally.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Bussier. Does Council have any other questions? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Rachel. Do you have any delegates to this item?
We have no registered delegates. Thank you.
Thanks. Can I have someone make that motion? Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the 2026 Capital Budget Council Amendments, as summarized in Attachment 1, 2026 Capital Budget Council Amendments - Net Budget and Plan Impact Summary dated May 12th, 2026 be approved, and that the revised cash flow of capital projects, as summarized on Attachment 2, 2026 Capital Budget Amendments - Net Budget and Planned Cash Flow Impact Summary dated May 12th, 2026 be approved.
Thanks, Councilor Weigel, and thanks for the second. Councilor Allen? Yeah. Verdi? Okay. It keeps flicking back and forth between Verdi and Allen, so I don't know. Has Council any comments, questions, or debate points? I'm not seeing any. I'll be supporting this. I think it's great to actually see some synergies done, get things done at the same time rather than break it up in 2 different projects. I'll call for a vote. In favor online? Thank you, Councilor Russell. In favor. And that's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Next, we have bylaw number 26/015, off-highway vehicle absent area. The bylaw to correct a clerical error. Have Public Works and Legal Services please introduce the report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Keith Smith, and I'm the Director of your Public Works Department. On April 14, 2026, Council passed bylaw number 26009, which amended the off-highway bylaw, that being the absent area, bylaw number 24010. During the consolidation process, a clerical oversight was identified. Previously, on May 13, 2025, Council approved bylaw number 25011. which amended bylaw 24010 by adding the following provision as section 31. The fire chief may place restrictions on or prohibit the operation of off-highway vehicles under this bylaw in accordance with section 17.1 of the municipality's outdoor fire bylaw. However, bylaw number 26009 did not account for this amendment, resulting in section 31 no longer reflecting the wording approved through bylaw number 25011. To correct this error, bylaw number 26015 is proposed to remove the unintended amendment introduced by bylaw number 26009, therefore restoring section 31 to the wording established by bylaw number 25011. Section 31 provides the necessary flexibility to enter into a match provincial OHV restrictions or implement distinct local measures when appropriate. So essentially, when we turn the bylaw from a pilot to a permanent, we left out section 31, and this amendment will put it back in. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. And thanks for the introduction every time for 5 years, Keith Smith.
I have the mug.
Does council have any questions for the Director Smith? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Keith. Do you have any delegates this item?
We don't, Mr. Mayor. And just a note for procedure, this item is being proposed for consideration of all 3 readings tonight. So therefore, in order for it to receive 3rd reading or be considered for 3rd reading, we must do a unanimous consideration.
Perfect. Can I have someone make that motion? For the first reading? Councillor Allen?
Thank you, Worship. I'll move that bylaw number 26/015, being a bylaw to amend bylaw number 24/010, the off-highway vehicle bylaw, be read a first time.
Thanks, Councillor Allen. And thanks, Councillor Brandt, for the second. I'll call for a vote. Councillor Marcel online. In favor, thank you. No, he's going to come in at. And that's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Can I have someone make the motion for the second reading of bylaw number 26/015? Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that bylaw number 26/015 be read for a second time.
Thanks for the second, Councillor Brandt. Do we have any? No delegates this item? Yep. Does council have any debate, discussion, or comments? I'll call for a vote. In favor online, Councillor Marcel. Thank you. In favor? And that's carried unanimously. Can I have someone make the motion for the consideration of the third reading? Just a reminder, it must be unanimous consent in order to proceed. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that bylaw number 26/015 be considered a third and final time.
And thanks for a second, Councillor Brandt. Does council have any debate, discussion, or comments? Not seeing it, I'll call for a vote. In favor online? Councillor Marcel in favor, thank you. And that's carried unanimous. Can someone make the motion for the third reading? No, that was consideration of the third reading. Now the real third reading. Councillor Weigel, go ahead.
This is the same thing. Okay. I move that bylaw number 26/015 be read a third and final time.
And thanks for second, Councillor Allen. Has council any debate, discussion, or comments? Not seeing any, I call for a vote. In favor online? Councillor Marcel in favor, thank you, sir. And that's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. I'm going to actually, if council's okay with it, move my motion ahead of Councillor Scott's, as he's not back yet. If council has no problem with it, and I'll actually, if council has no objections, I'll remain seated here unless somebody else wants to take over my mess. I have it behind the desk. Not seeing any objections, so I'll stay seated. Thanks. So my motion reads, whereas council has approved, that's amended from the last time I made the motion as it's been approved already, proposed changes of off-highway vehicle pilot project and bylaw in Abasan. The administration engaged with the Wood Buffalo Recreation Riders Association and any other relevant community organizations and stakeholders to develop a new OHV pilot project for council's consideration, and that this proposed OHV pilot project identify potential neighborhoods and or locations on both south and north side of Fort McMurray that would facilitate and allow OHV use as a part of the new pilot project, The administration present its recommendations to council before council takes its summer meeting recess, inclusive of a comprehensive public engagement and communications plan to support the OHV pilot project, should it be approved by council. This motion looks to build off what already worked over the last few years in Abasan, where the OHV use, as council is aware, is now permitted and regulated following the decision made of the pilot project that made the pilot project permanent. This motion is to ask administration to work alongside the community to assess whether there are other areas in Fort McMurray where we could pursue the similar approach. I recognize that the neighborhoods in Fort McMurray are different and unique, and that this may have worked in Abasan, may not translate exactly right in other places. That said, I think that there's an opportunity to take a look at where the new pilot project could be a reality. OHVs exist in this community and are part of recreational and social fabric of this community. Whether it's allowed to be in certain areas or it's not allowed, it'll still happen. That the Abasan experience showed us that by allowing something, enabling ideas from the community itself, that will end up in the end with better outcomes. Actually, I should make the motion. Yeah, can I have someone second that? Thanks. So speaking to this, everyone, we've seen this work in Abasan, and we've seen it work, and I think it can work in different parts of the community. This motion isn't to designate where it's going to work and how it's going to work. It's just to let our bylaw and our public works and all of our teams in municipality look at what can work in different parts of the community. And I think it's given the chance to bring that back, and we'll make that decision on what works then. The main part of it is exactly the way Abasan works, is the way I envisioned, is direct routes from your home directly to the loading areas or directly to the trail systems. We see people using their OHVs all the time now, and I think having something regulated would actually get people off of green spaces and just make it a favorable activity for everyone in the community. Does council have any questions, comments, debate points? Councilor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I just have a, pardon me, a question about your third part, specifically around the comprehensive public engagement and communication plan. So prior to our summer break, are you hoping to have what the engagement plan will look like, or before summer break to have all the consultation and public engagement done?
I would think we can start our consultation pretty fast because we already have framework from Abasan. So I think that can be rolled out almost immediately.
Okay, thank you.
Does council have any other questions? Do we have any other delegates?
We have 2 registered delegates.
One of the delegates, Robbie Picard, online. Are you there, Robbie?
I am here. Hello.
Just want to say your name for the record, Robbie, and just you have 5 minutes to present.
Hi, I'm Robbie Picard. I want to compliment everyone involved in this pilot project in Abasan. It has just been incredible. One of the things that I do with sort of in my activism for the community is to understand we are a very unique community. And one of the things we have going for us is we have all kinds of trails. And I'd love to see people in this community that they want to, like I'm in Calgary right now, and I bumped into someone that's thinking of moving their family to Fort McMurray. They have 2 options to live here in Calgary or live in Fort McMurray. And one of the reasons they were thinking about it is this project because they want to be able to hop on their vehicle, go in the bush, similar to what they do in Sapri Creek, Anzac, and Chip, and they want to be able to do that. So I encourage anything that takes the uniqueness of our community, amplifies it, and that's something that you cannot get in Calgary, you cannot get in Edmonton. And if we have it here, it's amazing. So I really support this. I think you guys have all done great work. The Wood Buffalo Riders Association has done great work. It's also created an heightened bit of business in Fort McMurray for people wanting to get out and be part of the community. Like some of the rides that they're doing now, I think is a direct effect of this. It encourages more people to get these machines. I do believe they need to be done responsibly. There needs to be special routes, but if I'm living in Abasan and I can hop on my quad and go in the bush with my family, I think there's nothing better than that. So I support this 100%, and I'd like to see it done from every neighborhood possible.
Thanks, Robbie. Does anybody have any questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Mr. Picard. The other delegate actually had to leave to go to work. He's working shutdown. So he did leave me a note, if council will allow me to read that. No objection. This is Jason Mills. He's the, president of the Wood Buffalo OHV Riders Association. He said, "Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. As we return to Council to discuss the potential expansion of the Abasan OHV pilot project in other areas of Fort McMurray, we want to highlight just how successful and life-changing this initiative has been for many residents, allowing responsible OHV users to lead directly from their homes and access public Crown land trail system has greatly improved quality of life and provide a healthier work-life balance for many families and outdoor enthusiasts. We believe other suitable areas throughout the region can also benefit from this model when proper guidelines and safety measures are put in place. The same framework used successfully in Abasan will continue to be followed with additional layers of safety, such as signal light requirements and other protective measures. Implemented immediately if a new pilot project area moved forward. At the same time, we fully understand that not every neighborhood or area is appropriate for this type of recreational access, and we respect the importance of careful planning and professional assessment. We leave those decisions in your capable hands and believe that through collaboration between the municipality, administration, enforcement agencies, and community stakeholders, we can continue building another safe and groundbreaking project unique to Fort McMurray. This initiative not only supports local residents and families, but also helps attract people to our region by promoting opportunity to live, work, and play in a community that embraces responsible outdoor recreation. Wow, that's going to be the best thing Jason Mills ever wrote. Does council have any comments, questions, or debate points? Councillor Allen?
Just a quick question for administration, and I think this probably goes to you, Keith, and more just to expand a bit on what Councillor Vardy said. But looks we have about 2 months before summer break. Is that enough time to do full comprehensive consultation and develop a report? I guess to make it an effective report for council's consider.
Through the chair, Councillor Allen, I'll ask Matthew to come up and explain the engagement process a little bit better. I do think that there, like the mayor said, there's some framework in place, but it's a tight timeline. So I'll let Matthew speak to that.
Matthew's prepared for this, I'm sure. But he is simply the best.
I will refrain from singing any Tina Turner. Matthew Harrison, Chief of Staff, through the chair to the question, and just to clarify, so there would be some initial targeted engagement prior to recess, for example, with the Riders Association, but the intent would bring the plan forward before recess, and then the actual engagement happening in the fall. Just because as we go into that summer period, there will be perhaps less opportunities for people to engage. Folks will be out of town. So to ensure everyone has a fair opportunity and that we get a good quality and quantity of people, we'll have the overall engagement in the fall would be the plan. So just to clarify that point.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, the last meeting I ate crow on the Abisan bylaw, and I think I had to eat crow once before when we debated the chicken bylaw. I'm prepared to give anything a shot if it if it looks like it's going to work. And I think Mr. Picard was absolutely correct. We are a unique community, and there are things that are going to work up here that won't work in Edmonton or Calgary. So I'm always prepared to give something a chance. So I'll support this motion.
Thanks, Councillor Allen. Councillor Bussier?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Do you already have data from previous engagement, or was it just Abasand before?
Through the chair to the question, well, Councillor Bussier, we would have some overall general I guess, regional or community engagement, but also focused engagement on Abasand. But also we'd want to engage areas that were identified as potential sites. So there would be also more targeted to the community, the particular area where there could be where the pilot project would run. So we do have some data, but we would obviously need some more. So we could just build on that.
But is the plan to consider all areas? Like I'm getting on a quad from downtown, I'm going to Save-On. I'm doing it by August.
Yeah. You can do it now. It's just not legal.
Is it to look at all?
It's a look at the intention is anyway, but it'll come back to council to decide on what we're going to look at. But the intention is the same as Abasand. It's not to go to your neighbor's house and hang out. The bylaw is created to go from your house direct route to the trail system or direct route to the gas station to the trail system.
I'm going to Save-On.
You can do whatever you want. Yeah. It's not legal, but it's still not legal.
No, I'm wanting to, like Dickensfield as an example.
Great
is
example.
Harder to get to a corridor. Right?
Not necessarily. So we've driven around most of the RMWB and looked at that. You can actually, without getting specifics, I'll leave administration to come back with that, but there is access. If you cross Thickle Boulevard, if you make a designated crossing, there is access to trail systems there. So almost every system went through a lot of places, like even in Jason Mills' statement, there is places where it's just not going to work, but there is a lot of places it can work with some ingenuity and looking at where the trails are. There's areas we have in this municipality that Honestly, there's places in Thickwood you can't access even if you're allowed to in the summer. They're only accessible in the winter. So there's different things to look at. But I'll leave administration to bring that back because I know they've already started talks with the OHV Association, with our roads, with our bylaw, everybody together, working together. So I expect to come back with something pretty engagement. And as Matthew said, the engagement that did take place in Abasand, I was at most of those engagements, and probably 25% of the people that were there were actually from other places around the community and were speaking out in why they think it should be in their community as well. One of the biggest things was keeping people off Birchwood trails. If you have the accessibility to trail systems, a direct route from your house, they'll stay off the Birchwood trails. Different things like that. So some places it just won't work, but a lot of places can work if we have a direct route to the trail systems designated.
So that's my point. Are we looking at all of the options that will work, or are we looking at the goal is to come back with one north, one south,
it's
or it's
everything.
to come
Look at
back with as many?
we already did a pilot project
Yeah.
in Abasand. We know it
Yeah.
can work. So take that area, that map, and place it in different places in the community. And we should have an overall of our urban center of what can work.
In all places. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, or debate points from council? Not seeing any. Thanks, Matthew. Harrison? I'll call for a vote. In favor online? Councillor Marcel in favor. Thank you, sir. And that's carried unanimously. We're going to take a short break, council. But before we do, I just want to make a comment. We brought this forward over 3.5 years ago, and it was completely defeated. And now we passed it tonight unanimously. So I want to thank council and administration for looking at things in a different way and knowing that we're a different community and things can work here that they may not work somewhere else. With that, we'll take a 10-minute break, and it is 10 minutes because Jade will time us. So we'll see you in 10 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Moving on to item 6.1. Councillor Scott's motion, review of land use bylaw flexibility, timelines, administrative proportionality. I'd like to ask Councillor Scott to read his motion.
Hi, colleagues, and thank you.
Oh, sorry. There you go, Councillor Scott.
Thank you for, this was previously before council a few times and due to other circumstances was postponed a couple of times, so it's back before us. And my motion is effectively that council direct administration to conduct a targeted review of the Fort McMurray land use bylaw and associated permitting and approval practices with a focus on improving flexibility, proportionality, and predictability for applicants while maintaining appropriate public safety, quality control, and community standards. Without limiting the scope of the review, administration is directed to examine and report back to council on opportunities to increase administrative discretion and fast-track approvals for low-impact variances, minor developments, and routine applications, potential exemptions or simplified approval processes for small-scale or non-impactful developments, including minor structures, renovations, and accessory uses, options to streamline public consultation requirements where proposals align with existing municipal plans and policies, permit validity periods and extension processes, including options to better accommodate construction timelines affected by weather, supply chain disruptions, or labor availability, enforcement and compliance practices, including the potential use of graduated enforcement measures and voluntary compliance periods for minor or first-time infractions, parking, transportation, and signage requirements, including opportunities to increase flexibility in mixed use or commercial areas, alignment of cannabis and liquor store regulations with provincial standards and comparable Alberta municipalities. And H, opportunities to improve clarity, consistency, and efficiency in environmental and floodplain development approvals, and that administration report back to council with findings, comparative analysis, and recommended options, including any required bylaw amendments or policy changes within 90 days. And that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. And thanks for the second, Councillor Brandt. Councillor Scott, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I'll just speak briefly. It's been before us quite a bit. I think everybody's read it and seen it. And they've all, I think every one of you, and I think everyone in the community has heard me talk about the need to make sure that that our processes align with the reality of business. And this motion, colleagues, was drafted. I'd like to say that I'm smart enough to think of all this, but really it was the Chamber of Commerce that sat with me and worked through each of these items and thought it was important, not only with what I was hearing, but the feedback that the Chamber of Commerce was getting, and that's the voice of business in the community. And another way to think about this issue, and I've been thinking a lot about this recently, is we fund an economic development arm, organization. I'm not sure what the point of that is. If we're going to attract business and then not give them timely approvals, then it's a self-defeating process. So I really want us to feel encouraged to get more aligned with being more efficient and more timely in our responses. And I do note that the province and the federal government of all places, have started being more efficient, at least with oil sands approvals. The province has recently mandated 120 days for approvals. Now, I know there's various exceptions and conditions on that. And the federal government also recently came out with a 1-year process. So I think that should be taken as a signal to us if both the federal government and the province are signaling us what is a move towards efficiency, then the very least we can do to make sure that we are attracting organizations that want to do business in our region and protect our residents and diversify our economy and actually provide a meaningful move forward for the citizens of this region and, their future and the future of the children in this region, then I would really encourage everybody to support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Does Council have any questions, comments, or debate points? Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Before I share my comment, I just want to thank the Chamber for these recommendations and thank Councillor Scott for these. I'm just struggling a little bit because I feel that we all have our place, and I find that this is very directing specifically into the weeds of administration. And what I get worried about is if we go into the operations of it, we don't see how it impacts the larger scope. Councillor, I will be in support of the motion, but just a comment about, is this too much dictating not our CAO, but specific departments when we don't have a full scope or understanding? Is it our job to ask them specifically to look at aligning regulations? Would they not already be doing that if they're doing their job appropriately? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Brandt?
Thank you, Mayor. I was recently at Economic Developers of Alberta, and one of the biggest takeaways I got from there was that, as Councillor Scott pointed out, to attract business, you need to streamline these things. The faster, the better. I'm absolutely in support of this motion, and I would encourage my fellow colleagues to agree. Thank you.
Well said, Councillor Brandt. And delegates to this item, in person, Mr. Bryce Kumka. And Bryce, you want to say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present. Remain seated for questions, please.
I have to hit the button. There we go. Good evening, everyone. My name is Bryce Kumka. This is the fourth time was the charm, and Councillor Scott, he gave me a little of a heart palpitation when I walked in this evening and you weren't here. So I'm glad that you were able to return and we can actually have some discussion on this much important topic. As many of you know, I chaired the Wood Buffalo Development Advisory Committee for a number of years. Councillor Vardy and Councillor Weigel were a big part of that discussion, and the majority of that was surrounded around discussing with the planning and development people how they could improve, how they could do better service delivery, how they could increase or decrease, I guess, the time required to apply and be approved for a permit. And I think the big thing that took away from that was that there's two distinctive properties within that department. There's the development process and there's the building codes process, and they're distinctively different. And I think there's been significant improvements on the development approval process, the development permit process, through the process review that was engaged and the committee has worked with planning and development with for, I believe, for 6 years. There's a lot of recommendations that have been implemented that have significantly improved the customer service, and I think the levels of service and attention to applicants and assisting in a very meaningful way with guiding applicants through the process. So that in itself, in my opinion, is a large win for our community. Not all jurisdictions take the same approach where you're development focused. There's the intention to provide a kind of, a lack of a better term, like a kit glove guidance with a singular development officer through the process and to guide them in the right direction with which to be effective and to achieve their goal of acquiring a development permit. On the flip side, we still have a very broken building codes portion of our process where we have seemingly building code officers that stand in the way of development come up with arbitrary decisions with respect to mandatory or pseudo-mandatory additions to projects at the end. In my business and insurance, we'll be often given scope changes on developments due to an insurance claim at the end of the process that prevent occupancy or the business opening because of a seemingly out of nowhere new piece of the building code that just drops on the desk. And that really causes the business a lot of stress. They've just gone through a traumatic event. And then to have another curveball thrown on them at the very end of the process is very challenging. So I think on the development process, I think we're doing a reasonably good job. There's always room for improvement. Don't get me wrong, nothing's perfect. But we still have some significant effort and work to do on the building code side of things for consistent application of the rules. I think we've got a really decent job being done on the development side, and with a very important piece being the new land use bylaw. There's a lot more clarity and a lot more reduction of ambiguity compared to the antiquated land use bylaw, which was from the 80s in the prior to the new bylaw being approved in the last couple of years. So I think we've made a lot of progress. We need to continue to monitor, improve the process going forward. But I think the focus needs to be in two areas, in my opinion: building codes and technology. So consistent messaging that came back to the committee from planning and development was a lack of support from IT to provide better online options for applicants and online to ease the application process and to get communication back and forth on a permit. So if there could be some increased focus on the technology side and on the building code side, that would, I think, be much beneficial to our residents. Thank you. I'm probably over time, I think.
No, he doesn't. He's out of time. He's out of time.
Oh,
He's out of time.
Cut me off. Jeez. I think I got all my points. Oh, one last thing if I could. I would caution the reduction of or the speeding up of process for process's sake. We've seen in jurisdictions like Edmonton and Calgary where they've removed a lot of the requirements for inner city development, and they're allowing densification to occur in what would be normally single family neighborhoods. I think that kind of reduces the feel of a neighborhood potentially when you have an eightplex in the middle of a block like you could do in Calgary now. I don't know if we want that in our community. We went through that to a small degree with all the basement suites that were implemented during the boom, and it really changed the dynamic of single family residential neighborhoods. So that's my own cautionary thought there.
Thank you, Bryce. Question from council, Councillor Allen.
I agree with you there. And we feel it later for years. I remember the approval on those all those roads where there's only on-street parking, and they're not very wide roads. So based on what you're saying, and I understand, because I think anyone who's been in business or been involved with a business, associated with a business, has all experienced something to do with not so much permitting anymore. So thank you for your comments to planning and development for that. But with building codes, are you suggesting that these are arbitrary responses coming out of building codes and just mostly based on interpretation, or would it be? Is there actual building codes that need to be changed? Is there some clarification that needs to come from that?
Well, through the chair to Councillor Allen, the whole building code process is unique, and we were well educated by the planning folks over many different discussions. The province dictates, and there's a provincial and a national building code, so the municipality doesn't have a lot of say on the structure of said regulation. They come from the provincial government. It's dictated legislation. So it's the implementation or interpretation of that legislation that's important. And like anything else, whether it's discretionary on the planning side or discretionary on the building code side, it's still a human being that has to read and then implement what they feel is required. And I think in certain situations, it could seem like a lot of arbitrariness. I saw some pretty significant arbitrary application of the building code after the flood, where if you had insurance, the book got thrown at you and you had to replace all your power panels, your conduit. You had to pull new underground cabling into condos. And if you didn't have insurance, wash it and cross your fingers and hope for the best.
Understood. Okay. In I'll take that as an interpretation as well. But thanks for your comments. We'll see how the rest of this goes.
Thanks, Councillor Allen. And Bryce, just for record, you're in favor of the motion?
With caution, I mean, there still needs to be process. We want to have good implementation and application of the land use bylaw and the building codes for that matter. We don't want unsafe conditions. We don't want inappropriate development. I do agree wholeheartedly with Councillor Scott's comments on cannabis and liquor alignment. I don't see the difference between the two products. They're both legal. Choose them to use them if you wish. So why there's different regulations as to where you can put a liquor store versus a cannabis store is really unbeknownst to me. But I think that being said, the province didn't provide a lot of guidance. They let the municipalities do their own thing when it came to the actual implementation of the rules and regulations. And I know there was significant discussion within this chamber with respect to that during that process.
Thank you. Councillor Scott?
Yeah, thanks, Bryce. And thanks for all you do for the region as well. What would you say is the cost of what you're describing as far as the indiscriminate application of rules? What's the ultimate cost? Is it people just give up, they refuse, or they just spend a lot more money, or insurance companies get billed a ton more? Like, how would you describe that?
Through the chair to Councillor Scott, I think that was one of the things that the committee was very adamant about trying to capture. It wasn't about how fast it took to get a permit approved. It was more important, in our opinion, to find out how many started and never finished, because that's a measure of cumbersomeness, if that's a word. And the people that gave up, why? Did they give up because economics changed? Did they give up because the process was too onerous and difficult? Did they find another jurisdiction where it made more sense to do business? And that's difficult information to acquire. And I believe there's a lot more data available now through the kind of the exit interview, for lack of a better term, process that's done in an unconcluded permit. So we should get some better data over time as to why people aren't going forward with their projects. But I think as far to your comment about the cost of the approvals, it's hard to measure because in the insurance business, if you have coverage, then you have insurance for what's called bylaws. And bylaws is the action of a bylaw that increased costs of reconstruction. So if you have to add accessibility bathrooms, you have to do accessibility doors, if you have to do roof access ladders, if you have to do an upgrade to a sprinkler system or electrical, anything like that, then that's captured within the covered limit. And we don't really differentiate it in the claims process. It's more the time. It's if you are ready to open, you think you're done, and then, you have to put a roof access ladder into your building. That's not something that you can do overnight. It requires engineering, design, ordering of specialty parts, and so forth. So that's more the thing for me. It's about the time, because the money will sort itself out in most situations. So does that answer your question? Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Thank you, Bryce. Council, any other questions? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Bryce.
You're welcome.
And next we have Diana D'Souza. And Diana, if you just want to say your name for the record. And you know all the other rules.
I do, thank you. So good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. For the record, my name is Diana D'Souza, President and CEO of the Fort McMurray Chamber of Commerce, and thank you for the opportunity to present to you this evening. I submitted a letter, so what I'm going to say is probably not a lot different, but I will throw in some other points. So first of all, I want to say on behalf of the Fort McMurray Chamber of Commerce and the more than 700 businesses that we represent. So I'm not speaking anecdotally. I'm not speaking on behalf of administration. I'm speaking on behalf of business. So my feedback and my work with Councillor Scott is based on feedback I get from the businesses that we support. So just to make that, and nothing against Amanda and administration, but I represent business. So I want to express our strong support for Councillor Scott's motion directing administration to undertake a targeted review of the land use bylaw as well as permitting and approval practices. I chaired the Pro-Business Advisory Committee for 3 years, and there is a standing item that has come before you, which is to review the entire land use bylaw and eliminate any bylaws that were not relevant. I had done an analysis of different communities, like Grand Prairie and different places, and we actually have bylaws in places that other communities don't. So we look to regulate more than you should. Councillor Scott spoke about the fact federally and provincially, we're moving away and we're working towards trying to make it easier for business. The province and the prior motion, the province is looking at what you call automatic approval. So it's like a checklist, e-permitting style of approval. It doesn't take away from the control, but for simple things. And Councillor Brandt spoke about red tape removal. If you're in the environment to create business and to generate additional tax revenues or to have business succeed, you eliminate red tape, you make it easy, you have to have infrastructure, remove risk. There's a number of factors, but the most basic one is the elimination of red tape. I really applaud the advocacy efforts and the attempt to bring us all together to speak to the province, because it'll give a chance for administration to then maybe align those initiatives to really see what's happening at a provincial level that we can repeat. Because generally what I've found sometimes is where there isn't a bylaw at the provincial level, we add in more layers. So we actually over-regulate rather than say, okay, well, if there isn't one, do we even need to regulate? And that's always been the point that I've been making. So it's not being in the weeds. It's actually, for me, this is way more strategic. And I know it's very specific about some things, but it is actually a much broader, more strategic perspective of looking at it from a real, what do we really need to put in the way of business? What do we need to throw at them and block them? It doesn't mean that we don't need technology. She needs technology, e-permitting system. She needs IT support. Sorry, the team needs IT support. They need all of that. But you have to start from a board perspective. And for me, this is where the motion is coming from. To say, first of all, what do we even need to do before we need technology to support it? No, you're trying to change the wheels while the car is moving. So you still need to do all those granular things. But you get caught up in the granular and you never do the big picture. And that's where this is coming from. I don't know if I need to go on and say any more further. Basically, I'll just repeat my letter. So I'll save myself just reading it. That's just to say it's a big picture perspective. I understand your point in terms of saying it, but it's bringing, and hopefully Amanda will agree, it's bringing visibility to give them the support to do the work that we need them to do. It's not saying they have, I have a point here and I made it a point to say that, I have to go find it now, where they, right, recognize the progress that was made following the 2022 Planning and Development Process Review. This is not at all against the staff, because they do thousands of permits, right? It's not a little bit that they do. There's a lot of work. There's a lot of new onboarding, and you are in a very complex, forgive me, bureaucratic environment. So sometimes you get caught up in the details and you forget the big picture. So for me, that's the motion, despite what it sounds like, and maybe it sounds targeted in some places, just pulling out some of those big picture things that we need to address. That's me.
Thanks, Diana. And also thanks for all you do. And I think that's a record for the amount of businesses in the Fort McMurray Chamber of Commerce.
Yeah, we'll be celebrating that. So,
perfect.
Yeah.
I'll expect an
We're happy
invite.
to continue to see great growth, yeah.
Perfect. That's congratulations. That's amazing.
Thank you.
And for the record, as you already stated, you're in favor of this motion?
Absolutely.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you, Diana, for your presentation. And I hope that my comment didn't come off as okay, fantastic. So if I have a question, I hope that you can be frank. So what my concern is these are very specific things that you have vetted and you're advocating on behalf of the business community. My concern is you are in a position of power with the Chamber of Commerce. You are one of our chairs on the board. Why has this not been implemented through those avenues? Why did it have to come up? That was my comment. Are those avenues not working effectively where we can hear from the people who we should be hearing from? Why did it have to come all the way to the top?
So that's actually a very good question. I can't 100% speak to it, and I no longer chair the committee, but it was on the list and still is on the list from the committee. I think the challenge is that the administration gets caught up in the day-to-day work, right? You get challenges with people and all the rest of it. When council provides that oversight, so it gives administration the support to get the resources that they need to make it happen. So when it's maybe coming from a different level where the noise is, that's what happens more, versus this gives them the strategic imperative and the support to go do the work, versus it's sitting on the list, but then somebody else is bringing other things to the table. So it's not, I think that's probably the challenge more than anything else, but I certainly can't speak for that in any great detail. Maybe Amanda. Don't want to put her under the...
Chair, to the comment or question about why did it have to go to the top? I would assume because as a department, and to Diana's comment about we're sort of fixing the tire as we're driving, there's within our division or group a lot of branches that are doing a lot of different work. And while we're processing thousands of permits, like Diana suggested, we're also trying to focus on continual improvement and business improvement. And we've come a long way. So when we look back at our 2022 process review, we've managed to implement over 60% of those recommendations and actions, but there's still more that we need to do, and we're aware of it. We see even conversations around AI. At the time when we did our process review, AI didn't come up once, like quite literally not one time from anybody. And we're starting to see that the recommendations we have in front of us are old, like they're outdated, and some of them can be combined. And I understand the frustrations from the business community as well, because when they're interacting with planning and development, they're seeing it from the face level. Like they don't see it from the back end. And when changes are being done, you know, to use a very simple comparison, you clean your house, nobody notices it, but it might have taken you 20 hours to get through the first 2 levels, and you feel like you're not getting ahead. And trying to keep that momentum isn't easy. And to your point about being in a bureaucracy as well, we have our own internal red tape that we work against as a group. And you'll find that in any level of municipality, but the key is to learn how to navigate within it. And we are pushing things forward. For example, with the land use bylaw, to Bryce's point, there are areas in there that we have cleaned up, but I know for a fact there's still things in there that are still issues. I came across something last week myself that a business pointed out to us. And so collectively, it takes a lot of momentum and a lot of effort to get this stuff done. And changing the documents is the easy stuff, actually. The hard stuff is getting staff on board to understand what it is we're trying to do. Thankfully, our department, we have a good team in terms of understanding the customer service piece. There's still some work to be done, to Bryce's point, around the consistency within safety codes, the calls that are being made. There are some challenges there, though. Safety codes officers do have their autonomy. We can't direct them what to do in terms of the calls they make. However, we have been working on the consistencies of reports that are going out, our formatting for reporting, sending out the same inspectors to the same site, trying to mitigate where we can. But when it comes to the actual I guess, process review or continuous improvement, there was a motion that came forward from Councillor Scott, I believe it was in December, about checklists. And collectively, all these things that are coming forward are important. They all form part of our approach to continuous improvement and understanding where we can tweak. There's so many regulations within planning and development. Some of those are code, some of them are under the MGA. Like we don't create all the rules. However, we do create quite a bit as well. And so taking an approach of really understanding what's in front of us is what we're doing, but it's challenging. And even the simplicity of trying to apply for a permit online, it's not easy. To navigate our e-permitting site, we just undertook a bunch of quote unquote improvements, but we actually see more issues than what we were 2 years ago. So while we take a few steps forward, sometimes it feels like we're taking steps backward. And we are aware of the challenges, but having them being brought up in a public realm keeps us accountable. It makes us come back and report on it, and it keeps it in the public eye, which is important.
Thank you. I appreciate your detailed response. And yeah, my comments were specifically around making sure that the things that we're hearing from the public and what's happening behind closed doors in administration are mashing together. And it does not just become a priority because council says, because we have a lot of expertise in the room. Myself, I'm not an expert in procurement, for example. So I want to make sure that those two are meshing. So that was with my comment.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's fair. I think one other point that maybe Amanda didn't raise when it comes through you, the council, is they get resources that she wouldn't necessarily have otherwise to be able to finish some of the work.
Thanks, Councilor Hardy. And are you still on, Amanda? Good. Okay. Yeah, just a question before I go to Councilor Scott, Diana, and it kind of relates to what Councilor Vardy mentioned. When you were the chair of the Pro Business Advisory Committee, you're still on the committee though, right?
I am still on the
okay,
committee, yeah.
Yeah, good. And Ben Gill is the chair now?
He is the chair now,
Okay,
yeah.
great. Because what you did do is brought back a bunch of recommendations, and I believe, I'm going to guess this number, you can correct me, 17 were done?
14.
14. So we're working on 3 more.
Yeah.
So no, and so a lot of the stuff that Councillor Scott's bringing forward are things that the Pro Business Advisory Group may bring forward. This kind of fast tracks it as well, having council put something forward to get administration working on it, because we won't hear from the Bureau Business Advisory Committee until you present to council on what your next 400 things are.
So I think that's also fair. And one of the reasons you ask why it didn't, if it came through pro business, why hasn't it been done? We when we report once a year,
yeah.
And we report it once a year as information versus a motion that instructs action.
Perfect.
I would say that's probably one of the fundamental differences.
Thanks, Diana. Councillor Scott?
Thanks, Diana. I know you and I have had a lot of conversations about this, but what would you say the cost of not being an efficient municipality is? Like, I've personally heard of lots of businesses that go to other municipalities or say they don't want to do business here, and they spread the word is the difficulty. I'm sure you've heard something similar. Maybe you could describe the cost or the impact.
I couldn't tell you in terms of dollar, but reputation makes a big difference, right? So I think I need to start by giving a lot of credit to Director Owens and the team in terms of a large development and the experience that the white glove and the concierge experience that they're saying great things. But I have an example of just someone at the airport that wanted to implement a simple sticker printing business and was instructed to go, and it treated it like manufacturing, which made it very onerous and complex. They went to Edmonton and they're running then. The business didn't stay. So I have a number of examples like that, but I think the cost is also for business. Because sometimes when a business, and particularly getting into things like occupancy permits and safety codes and building codes and that part of the process, a business is ready to open, they've staffed, they've trained, they're ready to go, but we hold them back for things that are add-on or extra or just we feel like it should be. What's that cost to that business, right? So I think reputation, and I would say we've definitely lost some opportunities, but I couldn't give you a dollar value, very honestly.
Thanks, Councillor Scott. Councillor, any other comments, questions, debate points, or nothing else for Ms. D'Souza? Thanks, Anna. Councillor Scott, do you have any closing statements?
Yeah, just very.
Oh, sorry, I forgot Robbie's online. Sorry, Robbie, are you still online?
I am, yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Go ahead. Sorry, I forgot about you on there. Go ahead.
So I actually have a title for the first time ever in all my years of speaking to council. So I'm actually the vice chair for the Business Advisory Committee. And first of all, before I start, I want to say I've seen mass improvement working with Amanda and their team. And right now, the group I'm with is involved in multiple business openings, millions and millions of dollars. So I can speak to quite a few positive things that are happening. However, I'm going to be blunt. We had a building and we were told we could open and we rented it out. And all of a sudden, we were told, hey, the HVAC is fine. open. Then they came back after we leased the building, and we were told, no, you cannot open. The lease has already been signed. It delayed the entire project. Lawsuits were discussed time and time again. When someone gets a permit or something and the inspectors come in, they say one thing and then they change it, they move the goalposts. So when we started the Business Advisory Committee, this was not about, I have two theories in this. People that run businesses, and there's business theory. A lot of the organizations, they do really good work representing the businesses, but they're in business theory. The people that are actually opening businesses, it's a different tale. And when I brought in multiple businesses to the Business Advisory Committee, which some of those recommendations that were recommended came from. It is harder to do business in Fort McMurray than anywhere else. For example, we wanted to open a tow truck business. By the time we were going to get our business license in Fort McMurray, impossible. We went to Redwater. We managed to apply for the business license. The guy phoned and apologized and said, look, I'm really sorry. I had a family emergency. I can't get your business license for 48 hours. The way it is, I can give you example after example after example. I know one that costed the company $1 million and a potential $100 million to Fort McMurray. So I'm very impressed with planning and development right now. This process of permitting has to change. It has to be fair for everybody. And you should not, after the inspector says you need this, this, and this, that should be it. There should not be moving the goalpost, changing things, because it is costing our reputation. It's costing businesses opening. Now, some of the bigger players like, Home Depot, for instance, and Walmart, well, they've got entire teams. So I would argue the smaller businesses, so say, 10, 15 million bucks. But I know a lot of businesses that to that example, I know that story about a printing business, and it's just easier to open businesses in other cities. And I have a theory on that. I think fundamentally, our tax base comes from industry. So it's not like Sylvan Lake that we're not as hungry, but we should take our wealth and our opportunity to make a community that people want to live in and work. So I 100% support Councillor Scott in this. And I think we really need to say, are we open for business or are we not? Business moves lightning fast. And even little things like drive-through, we have a business that needs a drive-through. We were told one thing, then we're told another. Now I'm happy to say I think that's going to proceed. But if someone wants to lease one of our properties and do a business, and then we're competing with other potentials, or, hey, we're not going to do business in Fort McMurray altogether. Business moves quickly. Bureaucracy in city moves slower. Now, to Bryce Kumpka's point earlier, I also think, look, let's not go crazy and put a bunch of infills and ruin neighborhoods. But when it comes to the business urban area, like Gregoire, I know so many businesses that people want to lease, and then they're terrified because the second they have a change of use, they're going to look at $200,000-$300,000. They don't grandfather things like in other cities that you hear of, and maybe this is more of a provincial thing, but we need to look at this if we're open for business, and we need to take it real seriously. Stop moving the goalpost. Stop having okay, we're going to do this, and then it's just not right. And it has costs. I can give you examples of businesses that are not coming to Fort McMurray because of this. Thank you. So 100% support Don Scott's motion.
Thanks, Robbie. Does council have any questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Robbie.
Okay, thank you.
Now, council, have any questions, comments, or debate points? Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Can you not say my name and sound sad? I'm sorry, I'm talking a lot. I got a lot to say today. Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm sensitive over here. Please. So during budget, we talked about we have a 10% employee vacancy or leave rate. The 90-day timeline. Amanda, if we were to hire support or a consultant to help you finish this work within 90 days, what would that cost, do you think?
The chair to the question, I couldn't even get it to market and award it that quickly.
My first question should have been, do you have capacity to do this within the 90-day time frame with your current staff?
I have the capacity to respond to items A to H individually. But in terms of like, okay, so if the question is, do I have the capacity to come back and respond through A to H? Yes. Do I have the capacity to actually implement anything in 90 days? No.
Okay. All right. Give me a minute. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Luana.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. And I thought for the first time, Don and I might be aligned. And nope, we're not. Shock, shock. But I'm hoping he'll listen to reason. What I heard from Bryce, Diana, Robbie, and then Amanda was just an extremely complex issue that involves some shifting and pivoting and change of how they approach things within her department. But I'm hearing IT's involved, Keith's department, with parking on there. I'm sure Elliot's involved somehow. So I see a lot of collaboration needed with you going, and it's 90 days, and that's August, Dawn. And I think if, given the scope of these problems, they sound like they're long-term problems, like, let's just get it right. And at least to the end of Q3, so that gets through summer, because you're just going to have people away and they're going to come back and it's not going to be as comprehensive. And I think our CAO, maybe our CAO needs to set up a strategy with his senior leadership team on how this is going to be implemented. I completely support the motion. It's the timeline that's a little challenging, I think. And so I'm hoping, doubting, but I'm hoping. Where are you going? Sit down. I'm hoping you'll agree to it being a little bit. What's that? Oh, I know. That's okay. We've come to an agreement on how we operate. It's all good. Oh, really? You're going to support it? No, he's not. He's not going to agree. He's setting me up. So I'd like to propose a friendly amendment to the end of Q4. Well, look, see, Q3. He just got scared. At least to the end of Q3. Woo! Look at that. Buddy?
Are you finished?
Thank you. Yeah.
Perfect. That's awesome. And you got applause as well. Councillor Allen?
Yeah, I mean, teamwork makes the dream work. So, and I gotta say, as former president of the Fort McMurray Chamber of Commerce and one of your predecessors, Diane Slater, we did an awful lot in the past working with P&D as well. I'm really, having seen everything that's happened over the years, I'm very impressed with a lot of the changes that have occurred, the advocacy of the chamber in recent years, but also with our current leadership in P&D. I think we have a far more progressive leadership there now than we ever have in the past, having gone through quite a number of directors. I see that was meant to be nice, not funny. Okay. Well, I'm out of toes. But I would suggest that what I heard a lot of tonight was a lot of issues and challenges from all three presenters surrounding our challenges with the codes and the building codes and getting approvals through. I'm not sure what can be done on our level, but maybe there's another external review that could be coming forward at some point. Maybe that is something that might assist having an external third party take a look at it, which we may recommend later. Like Councillor Bussier, the only concern I had was with the timeline, but I'd certainly be satisfied, because I know that a lot of the changes that have occurred so far and a lot of the recommendations that were made previously, a lot of them are still in the process of being implemented. And I think Amanda's very correct when these are administrative issues that take a long time to implement. So I certainly wouldn't be expecting to see all of our changes happening in 90 days. I'd be happy with just having comments back on all the points at the end of Q3, and perhaps with some recommendations or options that we could move forward with or without required bylaw amendments, because that requires a lot more work afterwards. I'm not going to make a friendly amendment on that, but I think our director of P&D is very adept in bringing forward perhaps some options and recommendations, and would be able to explain why perhaps we can't achieve all of this. I think it's a very aggressive timeline. It's a lot of work, but as from my previous role and as a former business owner, it's impossible for me not to support this. So thank my colleague for bringing it forward, and I would encourage my colleagues to support the amended motion as well.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Vardy, and I apologize I can't say your name happier.
It's all right. I'm still your favorite. On record, right, Jade? I do actually have a question for you, Jade. Are we able to make a second friendly amendment? Okay, fantastic. Councillor Scott, would you be open to adding to also include any additional cost to implement the recommendations?
Sorry, I just want to make sure I understood. So you're suggesting that we're approving whatever costs are required to implement these recommendations?
No. So
sorry, I misunderstood.
That's okay. So within your motion, that when they come back to present to council, if they require $100,000 for a staff member, that would be included in their report.
Yeah, that's fine. Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Brandt.
Thank you, Mayor. One other friendly amendment, because why not add so many? Can we also add a review of building code procedures and application?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Brandt. Do you have anything else?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Councillor, Plan Development has something to add. Amanda?
Through the chair, to the comment, I want to point out that there's some, we can't change any codes. This is a provincial mandate. We cannot touch it. So I want to be clear on the expectation.
Okay. Thanks, Amanda. Luana?
I'm just why do we need any money attached to this? CAO?
My understanding,
Mayor?
my understanding is just if there is something attached to it, it'll come back in a report.
Well, Councillor Scott's asking them to come forward with a review of some suggestions. We want our experts assessing this, not hiring someone else. We want our people, our team doing this. Do we not?
Who made the friendly amendment? Councillor Hardy?
Through the chair to the question, I think we're in heavy construction season, so volume increases exponentially during this period. So getting the extension gives us probably 30 to 45 days to get us through Q3. We're saying if additional resources were required to support expediting the motion to see where we can provide an expedited approach to this, we would maybe require funding to staff a position to do so, is what we're saying.
All right, I won't be supporting this.
I think so. Just where this came from is under our council briefing notes talking about resource requirements. So 10% of our staff are on leave, and some of that impact is on planning and development. So making sure that if we have these priorities that we say you have to do them, that department is appropriately staffed and resourced to be able to execute appropriately. So not attaching a dollar amount right now, but if they say we can only achieve 50% of what these recommendations are based on our staffing. If you want us to achieve all of them, we need this much staff, then we're able to make that decision at that time. But right now, that doesn't accompany this, the way the motion is.
So the motion, so the intent is that there's no money attached to the motion. It's just that it could come back in a report.
But this is just to come back with a review. It's not to come back implementing anything. And we want the people who have the experience here now, not hiring someone else. We have actually 8 people from Antoine's department that could be moved over here. We don't need to hire anybody else. There you go. But I'm concerned with just hiring somebody else. Like, we want the experienced people at the table making these critical decisions. Like Elliot, Amanda, like the directors and managers. Maybe I'm not understanding what you're doing, but Councillor Scott is looking for, unless I don't understand him, he's looking for recommendations to improve and remove red tape. The people who've provided our services and have the experience are the ones to give that expert opinion, not a new hire. So
We're saying the same thing. I think it's just a confusion on timeline. So with what the motion, if I'm understanding it correctly, they are going to produce what those recommendations are. My addition is to have a line item on the bottom that, in association with these recommendations, this is the staffing we're going to need if we want to go with recommendation 1, 2, or 3. It's not hiring anybody right now. This will be the cost if we go with this recommendation. Do we have the capacity currently to fill it or not? So it's more making sure that we're ready, because that conversation will come up once Amanda comes up and say, we want to do recommendation number 2. Then we'll say, okay, do you have the capacity? Do you have the staff? Oh no, we got to go back and see how much people we have or need.
Through the chair to Director Owens, do you have a comment?
Through the chair to the question or comment, this is a huge undertaking, and I just need everybody to understand that this is years and years of regulation, rules. Some rules aren't even papered. Like, we're discovering things every single day in the department that don't make sense. And we've been working to fix those things while also doing our job. So under planning and development, it's not just permitting. And I don't want to go through our list of things that we do as a department, but this is only a fraction of what we do. The point is, we need to do things better and more efficiently so that we are reducing that red tape, improving customer service, and facilitating development. The pieces that are outlined in this motion are all really important. If I sat here right now, I could go through each individual one and report on it now. Like, there's some of this stuff is done, but there's a lot that isn't done as well. Collectively, I would like to approach this in a manner whereby we're doing a process review. So we're updating the previous process review and collaborating all this stuff into one document to say, this is our game plan moving forward. It takes time to navigate the game plan. Like, we've got bits and pieces. Right now, I'm undertaking one-on-one conversations with every single person in the entire department. I'm sitting down with everybody and asking, what's one thing we're doing right? What's one thing that we need to improve on? And what's one action that we can take now? I've got stuff that's so small as this click button doesn't work on page 2 of our permit for single-family residential, all the way to higher level things. There's different scales of stuff that needs to happen. And what I'm seeing is that it's the little stuff that's really important. But if we don't get the big stuff done at the same time, we're going to be in another situation where we've got some improvements here, but none over there. Collectively, we need to get clearer on how we're approaching our process development, our process improvement. AI is coming at us really quick. We need to understand what that means and what that impact has. We're looking at what other municipalities are doing, that also takes time. I think moving forward, we can report out on an approach to our process review. Alongside that, we need to look at what are we monitoring? Like, what's the data telling us? What kind of dashboards are we going to have when we undertake this? We've got simple problems right now whereby if somebody wants to apply for a permit, some permits you can't even pay for online. You have to come in, they write your credit card information on a piece of paper and walk it over to the front counter in the middle of the hall. Like, this is fundamental stuff that we can't navigate. That's like small. And it's those little things alongside the big stuff it creates a lot of work. And in terms of the dollar value, even if you threw $1 million at me right now to hire new people, we couldn't even hire all those people that quick. Like, you can't navigate the system that quick. You can't hire people that quick. We have a shortage of planners in Canada. I think what would be helpful probably is if we did have some consulting dollars so we can pull in some help. But I agree with your comment, Councillor Bussier, around we need the people on our staff to do the work. Our staff know the problems. It's the matter of the time and focus that it needs for us to get it done. We have a lot of competing priorities. We are working on this stuff, but I think elevating the process review and updating the previous one that we did in 2022, collectively, we should be updating that document. And then our marching orders are in there, and hopefully it's aligned with Council's strategic plan.
Thank you for that, Amanda. And that's exactly what I'm trying to say is if the plan that you come back with means we need to invest $250,000, I'm all for it. But for this, it needs to be you and the people with the experience. Yeah, I just don't understand why we're throwing a dollar value at it when there's no plan. Like let Amanda, and CAO get a plan together, and I don't know what that looks. Obviously, different staff and lots of other changes, but anyways, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Allen?
Thank you. And thank you for that, Amanda, that we needed to hear that. I think our CLO will also agree that it's not the intention of the motion, it's the wording of the motion that is going to make more sense legally in the long run. I feel like I need to make a friendly amendment to remove the friendly amendments, because quite frankly, the only one that I agreed with was Councillor Bussier's for extending the timeline. I think we don't need to complicate it with financial. Because that's just going to, and there goes Councillor Brandt, because I'm going to speak to his too. But when it comes to that, it's only common sense. If there's going to be a financial implication in the future, they're going to bring that forward in a recommendation. That's just what happens. When it comes to having another review of the not the permitting process, but our safety codes, that's a completely different legislation, and that's another report altogether. When I brought that up earlier, what I was suggesting was maybe a third party externally might take a look at it and do a review of how our people assess it versus what the provincial standards are. But that's a completely different item unrelated to this motion. So I would probably, as a friendly amendment to the original motion, request that maybe those second and third friendly amendments be removed, and that we just stay with the timelines. I would have been probably Q4 for that amendment, but just to give the additional time. But I know that Planning and Development is working on this, and I know that they have a lot on the go, and we're in a busy season. This is not going to be an easy one to meet expectations. So if I may suggest that to Councillor Scott with your...
Okay, Councillor Scott, do you accept Councillor Allen's friendly amendments?
Yeah, but please, no more friendly amendments.
Thank you.
Done. Again, I support.
So to clarify, you're removing Councillor Vardy's friendly amendment and removing Councillor Brandt's friendly amendment?
That was my friendly amendment, yes.
And leaving Councillor
and we're
Luana's
leaving,
friendly amendment?
We're leaving Councillor, well, I think that her friendly amendment just became Q4 instead of Q3. I think we need time to do this properly.
So you'd like to also friendly amend that her friendly
Q3
amendment
to Q4,
is Q4
yes.
instead of 4.3? Councillor Scott, do you agree with, do you okay with that?
I've got to start becoming more hostile to these friendly amendments. I realize that everything we're doing is I realize we're nitpicking. Why don't we give Amanda the opportunity to take the work away, and then if she needs more time, she can come back and talk to us about it, is what I would suggest at this point. I believe we should, so no. No out of love.
Through the chair,
Q3?
for clarity, the motion's going to stand as is, with the exception of the Q3 addition.
Right.
Perfect.
Thank
you. I'm going to wrap this up with a vote. No. Councillor Roussier?
If this is voted down because it's Q3, can we then make a motion for Q4?
The only way you could is if you were on the, if you voted
The prevailing side.
on the prevailing side.
I'll bring it forward. So I'm going to vote for it. So if it goes down, I'll bring it back.
You're going to vote for this?
I'm going to vote for it. But if
So I would encourage all my colleagues to vote no, so we can vote no and then bring it back to Q4.
as long as you're on the prevailing side, which I will be.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, we'll wrap this up. Councillor Scott, I'll let you give some.
Thanks, Mayor. And just in closing, our region's in a competition, and I know that from having served with the province with Mike. Not all these organizations that are looking to move to some part of Alberta, they do not have to choose our region. They can go anywhere. And I've seen that. I've seen other regions eager to get the work. Somebody used the word hungry earlier tonight, or keen, or eager, or that other regions are hustling. And I just want us to be competitive. There's no reason any business should be going anywhere but here, because this is an amazing place. And I just want to signal everyone, businesses elsewhere, but also our own team. I know Amanda's trying, but Amanda has a team under her, and we need to signal that team that it's time to take that approach. It's time to take a yes approach, to start hustling to get things done. And to some of the earlier points that were made, if not us bringing this motion, or me bringing this motion through the Chamber's assistance, and us making a decision and signaling this, I'm not sure who would. We don't want to wait for the province to step in and start making decisions for us, because we can't manage it. Brian Jean, who's our local minister, is leading the way in the 120-day approval process for oil sands plants. And I think it speaks volumes that kind of timeline, because we all know it takes years to get oil sands plants approved. Even the federal government is signaling that, which I never thought I'd see the day when the average oil sands application has taken between 9 and 11 years. So we need to start hustling in this region if we're going to attract business and make sure that this region really succeeds. So with that, I will close the debate.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. And with that, I'll call for a vote. And I would encourage my colleagues to support this. I think Amanda does an amazing job planning development. I don't think she's only one person. But I think the overarching is having a CEO with the ability to make decisions on his own. So I think we have to look at the broader picture, maybe the CEO bylaw, where we have confidence in our CEO. Councillor Marcel? In favor? Thank you.
Yes, in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Marcel. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. And that concludes tonight's meeting. Ms. Compton, Marcy Show, have a good evening. And I don't want to hear the hockey score because I'm going to watch when I get home.